Now broadcasting from the Next Gen Conservative Studio in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report with Sam Whitfield.
Holy shit. Everything actually worked properly this time so far.
Hopefully you don't fucking jinx it.
Our intros went off without a hitch, and yeah, so we're good so far. But anyway, folks, welcome to the show. I'm Sam Whitfield, the aforementioned host, and Akaba is joining us as always, and our guest this week is the infamous Max Sand. You can blame Max Sand for what? I don't know, but
everything.
I'm sure the internet will think of something. So welcome to the show, Max. I want you to know that our friend of the show, Genius Anus, was the one who initially recommended I have you on. And so yeah, welcome to the show.
So. Yeah, smart guy. Kind of an asshole, but you know.
Well, yeah, he's a big smart ass, you know. So and actually a lot of people might not know this, but well, I'm sure if you follow the lore you do, but you've actually had interaction with one of our guests in the past, and that is I know him as Falco Punch 64, but he has all sorts of names, and when he first mentioned you, he said that you were like the meanest person on the internet.
Well, I mean, that's high praise, but I don't think I deserve it, you know?
I'm present next to doubt. He hasn't said anything about my mother or called me a slur at all yet. I don't think he's the meanest. Unless he's just really waiting for that whopper down the line when I'm not expecting it.
No, well, and he's not screaming or threatening to go to people's workplaces and, and
asking if he looks 5'1". Yes.
Yeah, well, he's way taller than he's way better looking than the guns too.
Sam, everybody's way taller and better looking. Come on, that's not saying much. Give him a real compliment.
Yeah, that is a super low bar. But anyway, well, how'd you get started on this side of the internet and just podcasting in general? I guess.
Well, that's actually a lot more complicated question than most people know, which is kind of funny because nobody ever asks. But I've been in broadcasting to some degree for 25 years. I started in high school, actually. I did audio-visual as a major, and cool. I went to school for that. I got in as an intern at a radio station up here. It's actually a fairly large, one of the largest radio stations in the country, 94 HAY. I was an intern there for a while, and I even got to be a DJ on air, which was huge for me because I'm a music guy, right? And that's kind of what I wanted to do at the time was be an on-air personality. Of course, in high school, I hosted my own television show weekly through all the video programs I was doing. I was on the school news crew, that kind of stuff. But my real passion was I was actually inspired, silly enough, by Rush Limbaugh and G. Gordon Liddy and stuff like that.
Yep, same here.
So getting on the air to at least play music and do the DJ thing was cool. But the problem was, and I find this to be a fun story, but a lot of people don't, is what happened is I came in right at the corporatization of radio at a fundamental level. And so what they did was they put out a statement if you're on our station, you no longer get to pick what songs you're playing. Here, we give you a list with timestamps. This is what you play at 9:05. This is what you play at 9:13, and so on and so forth. And there was no more room for creativity. and I kept getting busted by the called into the boss's office because of really tame stuff. I know that I'm on public radio waves, even if it is 3 a.m. or whatever, right?
Right.
But whatever I had said had been too far for, oh, we don't want an advertiser to hear this or that. And so I got real fed up because you're an intern, you're not making a lot of money.
Right.
Yeah, no.
And of course, I was involved heavily with the internet at the time because I've always been online. And the natural evolution was my friends had developed one of the first internet radio stations, actually, Cryptic Radio, which probably nobody's ever heard of, but it was huge for the time.
What year range would that be?
I want to say it was founded in 2001, and I think it ran up until like 2009 or something like that.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, well before the podcasting boom.
Yeah, I was gonna say I might have actually heard of it because I got into podcasting when I was like in junior high, which was around like 2007, before anyone knew what podcasting was, and you actually had to download them onto a physical iPod. Hence why it's called podcasting, kids, for those of you that don't know.
Yep.
If nobody knows that, I'm gonna jump off a cliff. God, I feel fucking old.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
please.
And no one just asks, why is it called podcasting? Like,
It just is. It's just the sun comes up, and podcasting is. The thing is, we used Winamp, actually. We used the Shoutcast app. So I
still use Winamp. Hell yeah.
Winamp's awesome. I still have it.
It's still really good.
It really whips the llama's ass.
It really does. That's great.
So
fuck.
We were able to live broadcast, and on top of that, completely uncensored. So this was like revolutionary for me. Now I get to do the radio thing, right? But I don't have to censor myself at all. So I could swear, I could whatever, talk about whatever, play whatever music I wanted to, because we're still technically fall under. They closed the loophole later, but for a while, that's why internet radio changed, and there's not as much of it anymore. But for a while, it fell under the radio exemption for copyright, so you could play whatever you wanted because we had a radio license.
Yeah, I remember those days.
It was just wild. I could host a show, and some nights we would pull in conservatively 40 or 50,000 listeners for my midnight show.
So let me just ask. First off, actually, absolutely impressive. Especially considering the time and the amount of people who were available for listening in that kind of environment. Yeah. Do you guys foresee streaming ever going that full way? We've already got the problems with the MCA claims where people just don't do it on Twitch, but do you ever see any kind of push in sort of future legislation that will make it more of a standard, rather a standard for bigger sites, like bigger companies, Twitch, YouTube, etc., and those that pass a certain threshold? Do you ever see that kind of coming into play for streaming, where eventually everybody's going to be forced to be corporatized, regardless of if you're making money or not?
Well, it already is, like on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
You have a set of standards here. I run a bunch of YouTube channels now because like I say, this is an interest of mine, like internet broadcasting in general. And like I'll have a channel with no subscribers, and you upload a thing just to save it or something like that, and it'll get copyright claimed, and it's not even the thing that's being claimed.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wild. YouTube system is just seems to be garbage. Twitch is okay about things. There's basically
some things.
Yeah, some things. I hesitate to be too nice to Twitch because they really screw a lot up. But in terms of copyright now, they do have a good kind of system in that you can play certain music, right? Because that was a big hang up for a lot of streamers would play music in the background. And so they have a list of like approved music. That's helpful. I think I think doing it that way with the carrot rather than the stick is a lot better. Of course, Twitch has a million other problems.
Yeah, about its opinionals, but I mean, like in terms of music and kind of how far one can go with not even subject matter, but language.
Yeah,
Because I mean, we already see the distinction in YouTube and YouTube Kids, where they just cut all communication if you're doing kids content, and it is separated from the main platform. But I worry to say, well, yeah, there's YouTube Kids, but they get on the regular YouTube, and won't somebody think about the children and all this stuff they're being exposed to?
I think what's going to happen is the same thing that happened with terrestrial radio, is that as things get more corporatized, and of course I was early on jumping out of corporate terrestrial radio, and then later on, you know, you saw Howard Stern of all people do it. You saw Opie and Anthony. These people were huge on the radio. I mean, it's really easy to pick on, especially Kumia these days or Stern, because they're such like dicks. But like, you have to keep in mind in 2004, 2005, when they left the radio, they were pulling in 30 million listeners on a live broadcast a day, every day, 5 days a week.
That is crazy numbers wise. That is,
and they just said, well, fuck it, we can't swear, we can't make the sex jokes that we want or whatever, so we're out. And they didn't know it was going to work. They took a real big chance. Especially, you think about it, at the time they did that, in hindsight, the smart idea would have been to build that infrastructure not on satellite, but on the internet, but they didn't.
So that's why satellite radio is still a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I remember like back when I was in high school, I remember I used to listen to Adam Carolla's podcast because, like, you know, his podcast used to be like #1 consistently on the iTunes charts, which is the only place you could get a podcast. So I remember downloading the podcast, and I had kind of known him from like the Man Show and Loveline a bit before, but I remember downloading his podcast and, you know, like hearing him say fuck, you know, on the podcast. And it wasn't so much like I heard the word fuck. It was he was able to say the word fuck and he didn't get, you know, penalized for something. And it was funny because my other co-host Apex Gamer makes fun of me for this all the time, but I was a little teenager when I started podcasting, and I was like 14 when I started my first podcast. And my initial goal, because I was a weird kid, was to, you know, kind of be the next Rush Limbaugh for all intents and purposes. So I was early on in the Tea Party wave. And so when I did my podcast at first, I ran it very much like terrestrial radio in the hopes that that I would eventually get on there. And I actually wound up my senior of high school going to like some conservative convention in Denver where I was, you know, living at the time. And I took some of my shows on like a USB drive to one of the, you know, local conservative guys there and gave it to him, and he listened to him and it was like, wow, you have great stuff. Let me talk to my manager. And long story short, just like you're talking about, that was really around the time when talk radio got corporatized. And well, we're sorry, you're 17 years old and you don't have a college degree, so even if we wanted to have you on, we can't, because, you know, you don't have a broadcast license and you don't have any,
because we can't show your resume to the paper pushers in the office, even if you're the greatest personality that we've ever seen in the history of radio. The paper pushers in the office aren't going to listen to the show. They're going to read on a piece of paper and say, "Whoa, well, he's too young,"
and so
whatever.
And so at that point, that was kind of when I scrapped my format and kind of just reinvented it to be a free form podcast. And now I can say, fuck and, whatever I want to, except I can't make edgy jokes anymore on YouTube because then the whole SJW thing of, oh, you can't offend certain people, that became a whole thing. And that's like the new censorship. You can't tell jokes anymore on
and
the
it's
internet.
far worse.
Well, yeah, because it's not industry
Yeah.
standard. It's created through mob mentality. So they don't even have to like try to go through the ethics of can you or can't you enforce that as a like the FCC. Of course they can. There's no way they can. So the mentality's been changed so that you're just not going to want to do it anyway because it won't be worth the hassle.
Which is,
God,
Yeah.
I fucking hate it.
which is kind of the next phase of how I got where I'm at now is, I did the internet radio for a very long time. Even after Cryptic Radio went out of business, I worked with, God, it was called SSR. I worked with a couple others, because like I did a midnight show so early on in the history of it that a lot of people
Sure.
like they remembered me. And so I had a bit of clout like that, I guess. And but then just the idea of internet radio died. People didn't have people weren't going to sit in front of a computer anymore. It was 2010 plus. Sit in front of a computer to listen to it. They had phones in their pocket, so that kind of died off. And I came into kind of, I guess, like Google Hangout stuff and YouTube, because I was watching a lot of YouTube at the time and political stuff in 2013, 2014. And I found these guys, I don't remember what the original name of the show was, but I found them arguing politics, and it was engaging and I was listening. And then there was this one guy on there that was really, really annoying. And so I noticed they had a join link. So I jumped in just to call him an F slur. You know what I mean? Because I was so annoyed by him. And his name was Kenji, and he still drives me crazy. I don't know where he is. I haven't talked to him in years, but like the guy, he's like a force of nature, and he's so damn annoying and like up his own ass that I just had to tell him. And from then on, I was a part of the show every week. We were arguing. A lot of those guys were like libertarian and ANCAP. Now, I've always leaned more, like I say, Rush Limbaugh. I was in the Reform Party back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So I'm that kind of paleocon guy. But like libertarians are kind of an ally in that a lot of the time.
Yeah.
There's like 80% crossover. And so I fit right in with them. And they were arguing like some really edgy stuff at the time. Like that's when they started talking about race and immigration. And that I was happy to come in on immigration and say, that's my issue. Right. And then during that kind of time frame, Trump came down the escalator and announced he was running for president. Now, like I said, I was in the Reform Party with Trump. Right. So I knew Trump's policies. I had read his books. I was a big fan, but nobody else understood that they thought that, oh, that's the reality show guy. Right. And so I told all of them, I was like, I'm putting my full might behind Donald Trump the day he announced. And they were like, he's not going to win. I was like, yes, he is. And they laughed at me.
Yeah,
I love those guys to death, but they laughed at me.
Can you understand though from their perspective? Because I think for most, and that's the thing, you had to have known his positions on things from actually following him and what he's done. But most just know, hey, he was on WWE and had a reality show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so I will admit this. You can go back and look at my old blog post from 2015 even. I was not the biggest Trump fan to start off. I was more of a strict GOP guy at the time. However, I also always fell in line with Andrew Breitbart's old philosophy of you support the party candidate no matter who he or she is. So eventually, when it got down to Hillary Clinton being the nominee, I was kind of like, well, are you kidding me? If she's going to be the nominee, then why don't we just fuck it? Why don't we just light this whole barn on fire and nominate Trump just because then it will be at least entertaining. And I remember, like I got a whole bunch of flack from a whole bunch of traditional like conservative like college Republican blogs at the time. I don't want to say I got fired because they weren't paying me, but like I got let go from a now defunct college Republican blog I was writing for because I had like written some article about like how Trump was punk rock, and so what if he slept with two Playboy players? That's actually kind of cool. And
I've been calling it for
like,
years. I call it kid rock conservatism, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
And it describes a thing, and this is what people didn't know until the rise of Trump, is there's this kind of white trashy rock and roll fucking a little bit of drugs, a little bit of sex kind of people out there that do still have conservative values that aren't, shouldn't be excluded because what has happened for so long is that the moral majority kind of overly holy rolling Christian aspect of the party has controlled the discourse for so long that they forgot that the working class, white trash motherfuckers that go to like muddin events on the weekends
who still watch
exist.
Joe Dirt on DVD.
Exist.
Shop at Walmart. Yes.
They like titties and beer, right?
Who doesn't? Shit. And guns. Don't forget the guns.
Yeah. And those people like they resonated with Trump, even though that's not him at all. But he kind of represents that ethos. Even if it's not him. Well, it's not even that. Like his personality represents that ethos of that rock and roll conservative.
Oh, of the rebel spirit. Yeah. Of the I'm like this, but I'm doing it my own way thing. Yeah.
I mean, the thing too is people think that Trump has like an ego, and to some extent he does, certainly. But the other thing is, the man does not take himself seriously either. I mean,
look at his WWE footage.
Yeah, if anything, he laughs at his own memes, and that's why we all love it. Whereas like
fucking miss him, god damn it.
whereas Jeb Bush was like well, my brother was president, my daddy was president and vice president. Please clap. Please clap.
He was a meme generator, not a meme enjoyer. Jeb was just a little too old for it. Also, Anus, I see you in the chat. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, well, I thought Genius was taking off from the internet this week, but
just when he thought he got back out, we pulled him back in.
I shouldn't be surprised that you came back here. So, yeah. So I mean, we're on agreement that I think the Trump era, at least the early part of it, was pretty awesome. What got weird for me, though, was like after Trump's election, and even a little bit before then, you got all these weird characters, and this is something that Ackerman and I have. This has kind of been the theme of the show.
Let me take a wild guess here. You mean the grift right?
Yeah, and the basically the people who are like, they're not even right wing, but they're grifting off the the quote unquote right.
That's what happens when you're popular.
Somehow they're making more fucking money at it than I am, even though at this point in the game I've been at it for for almost a decade and a half, and yet they're mooching off. Oh, we have to save the Republic, so donate to me and save the Republic. But meanwhile, we'll just spend that on whatever and not tell
Degeneracy
you.
and debauchery.
Yeah.
Well, that's and what happened with me in broadcasting at that time, ironically, was the kind of pre-internet blood sports, as they call it now. We didn't call it
Yeah.
that because it was before that, but that's what we were doing. We were having these arguments, and people were calling each other horrific names and talking about stuff that didn't normally get talked about on
Sure.
YouTube. And everybody, that was fine for a while until what ended up causing the downfall of the group, and it was referred to, the name of the group was the First Irregulars at the time. That's what we went by. What led to the downfall of it is that we actually got identified by the BBC as a contributor on their list of contributing podcasts on their website, and we actually were the number 3 most viewed one. And it was completely by accident because they were trying to link to some podcast about like a Revolutionary War stuff, but they ended up linking to our YouTube channel and saying,
Shit, that's hilarious.
and so the joke is, I say, like, I'm a former BBC contributor, and as soon as we brought it up on the show, like, as we found out and we brought it up on the show, the next week it was removed and never mentioned again. But unfortunately, then the Eye of Sauron kind of saw what we were doing and were like, oh, you can't say that. And a friend of ours, a friend of the show, Rick Turpin, one of the most entertaining guys I've ever met in my life. He's a British guy, and he is from near where, if you remember the Manchester bombings.
Yeah.
When that happened, he did an episode of his show with his British friends. Now, they were all close to that, and they knew people affected by that. And so they were discussing those events. And they said, I think exactly what they said was something to the effect of, if there was less of a certain kind of immigration, there would be less of these kind of attacks. And YouTube used that as justification to take down our entire channel in like 5 years worth of videos.
Yeah, because, you know, in their mind, that automatically translates to racism, even though, you know, I'm assuming your friend, and I've actually heard of Rick Turpin before, because I think he was on James Dillingpole's
Probably.
podcast. But yeah, I mean, it's weird how stuff like that gets taken out of, you know, context, you know, and just ruins it for everybody. But then, like, you know, then you have people like somehow like Ethan Ralph, who aren't
just immune.
Aren't even conservative, really. You know, say a
No,
lot of stuff.
100% Rachel Maddow watcher.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Just like Matt Jarbo.
Didn't he say he voted for Obama twice? Now, here's my rule, and
Yeah,
this might
or he
offend
said
some
twice
people.
or the second time, I think.
If you voted for Obama the second time, you're not a conservative, and you never were, and you never will be.
Right. Yeah.
The first time you could get away with, you got swept up in the hype. You could say it's a long time ago. You could say I was anti-war and he did promise to end the wars. You could say a lot of reasons in 2008, but in 2012, you know, I get Romney was a bad candidate. I didn't vote for Romney. I actually voted for Gary Johnson that time because I was like, there's no way Romney's going to win. But you voted for Obama, though. You're not a conservative.
Yeah.
So I have a question for anybody who would fall under this category. What if, based on Key and Peele logic, you voted for him the second time for an N-word pass? Is that can you still claim to have that value if that's your reason for doing it?
I don't know.
So you can get your one.
There's probably other methods of acquiring such a pass.
Maybe, but that one's kind of convenient. You already know what way it's probably going to lean.
Well, considering the damage that it caused, though, you know.
Well, you know, there's a reason that word is very controversial.
Well, I
You
mean,
pay a high cost.
I mean, listen, you know it's bad when Dave Chappelle gets in trouble for using that word, and he's black.
They'll find anything to fucking destroy
But-
Chappelle on.
But this is the other thing that I would say too. It's weird because like yeah, I voted for Trump, and I would say that I lean more to the right for sure. But I wouldn't necessarily label myself as a quote unquote conservative. I wouldn't even label myself as like a moderate because that's a cop out. But like I just, as I would say, I like to try and keep people on their toes, which is ironic because I'm I'm crippled and yet no, and yet see the other thing is I can laugh at myself too, and yeah,
That's why I feel okay laughing because
yeah, no,
that's
why I've encouraged you, and I've had a whole bunch of gamer words say to me, "Oh, you shouldn't laugh at crippled jokes because you're promoting an offensive stereotype." And I'm like, who exactly am I offending? I'd like to meet those actual people. And B, why are you getting offended? You're able-bodied. You're if you had to deal with the shit that I had to deal with, you would either cry or learn to make jokes to cope with it. It's one or the other. I mean,
sometimes you can only make a joke because when two able-bodied people walk up to you and say, "We're so sorry for your loss about Stephen Hawking," you're not going to cry. So what can you do other than laugh or be very confused?
That actually did happen to me once.
Oh, because he was of your people?
Yes.
Oh my god.
That was the story. Two of them walked up. "We're sorry for your loss." Who died? Stephen Hawking.
I was like extremely confused at first. They were like two of those, people who they were wearing like the hoodies with like the the no hate pin and the coexist.
Those types.
I mean, the literal SJW, cutouts, and me being like very polite to them in general. At first I was honestly baffled. I'm like, what are you guys even talking? Who died? And they're like, well, Stephen Hawking. And I'm like, oh,
Well-
wait, I get it. So you think that Stephen Hawking is one of my? I turned it around on them. You're like, you think Stephen Hawking speaks for me? Well, that is offensive. That is offensive, sir. How dare you assume that Stephen Hawking, speak for all
It's
disabled
because
people?
it's
Even though
because
he
you
couldn't
guys
speak.
you guys have like meetings where you all get together. Every person in a wheelchair in the whole world shows up. And of course, you got to have them ramps in order for those meetings.
Well, yeah.
Those handshakes, except you don't even bother with the handshakes because the wheel's jet out, so you do foot shakes. You just kind of whip it to one side, whip it the other.
See, I can at least do handshakes, but there are people who are so crippled they can't even move their arms. So it's very awkward. It's like some blinking type language.
I think what happened is they were so well intent. They were confused because they're like, "Oh, there's a gang called the Crips. Actual cripples must be like a gang too, right? They must like all know each other." That's probably what happened.
You say that, Akaba, but then South Park literally it was my favorite. It was my favorite episode when they actually did an episode of that. I was like, fuck yes, this is the greatest thing ever. And people were like, oh my god, it's so offensive. And I'm like, here I am, I'm laughing my ass off about it. And they're like, how can you laugh at it? I'm like, because it's true. These are the these are the types of jokes that other cripples make to each other. Listen, when I joined Max's Gilded server, and once people realized who I was, they were dropping just GIF after GIF of just every single crippled. Some of them I'm even like, wow, Giphy or whatever it is allowed that. I was pleasantly surprised.
My guys can be very creative, to say the least.
Yeah, I've noticed that, but at least I didn't cry about things like Falco. So, which now that we're kind of on the subject, I have to ask, because he's been a guest on the show, what exactly is or I guess what is his problem with you? I'm wondering.
Okay. That actually that transitions nicely to what I did next in broadcasting. Was there was a time, so I'm banned right on YouTube at the time, or I thought I was, because my friend's channel got banned. It turns out that it wasn't mine, so I wasn't gonna. That's why I have a channel now. But I was like, I'm gonna investigate this new site that a bunch of people were using, including Mr. Medicare at the time, which was stream.me.
God.
And
fucking God, I miss stream.me. Oh,
fuck. It was so
we all
good.
do.
It was such a good goddamn platform. You had the dancing jellies. Oh, fucking fantastic.
And Medicare was doing a morning show, which was good by me, because I'm a morning guy. See, this is actually, not only is it like my studio where I record from, it's my office because I work from home. And so I'm here in the morning, and if I don't have any work to do, I can busy myself other ways. And so I started doing Cringing Over Coffee in 2018. I even have some of those old episodes up there. Some of them YouTube has already told me, like, no. Particularly one where there's this guy, Dave Grady. He's like the first version of a Johnny Fox, where he's a guy that I followed for years. He was actually made fun of by like the Howard Stern people years ago.
Yeah, I remember that briefly.
He's such a guy, and he calls into all of these like radio shows that allow call-ins, and then moved on to like internet shows that do the same. And so I found this guy, and then his YouTube channel is insane. He threatens people, he repeats himself, he says absolutely absurd things, and I just started documenting his insanity. And the one episode that YouTube won't let me put up, but it is on my new Odyssey channel now, so you can see it, is, and I shit you not, Dave with a bullhorn, like a megaphone, yelling out his window at his black neighbors, calling them the N-word.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that clip. And yeah, I actually, now that you mention it, someone just mentioned this to me in DMs on Twitter. So I used to listen to Dennis Miller's old radio show religiously.
Yes.
And it's defunct now, but I was part of the message boards over there. And Dave used to call into, he used to call into everyone's show, but I remember Dennis got weirded out by him a few times. So
he would call into Free Talk Live, and he'd call into Christopher Cantwell, the famous crying Nazi of Charlotte.
God.
Who I actually like, that's another part of it, is I actually had a feud with him. He doxed my family, and
shit.
Yeah, that guy's a piece of garbage. I'm glad he's in fucking jail. But we won that feud, by the way, by just memeing on him because he's such a loser.
Yeah.
But Dave used to call in to his show. He used to call in with Free Talk Live, which is like a libertarian call-in show. And
yeah.
And so like he has this disparate fan base of people that found him different ways. There's people that found him on YouTube. There's people that found him on Craigslist. And they all don't know that they're all laughing at this same guy in all these different places. It's kind of fantastic.
Mm.
And so I would watch him, and we'd watch, just like really cringing over coffee. The whole idea was, what's the most ridiculous, absurd videos I could watch? So I would watch mental illness interviews from the 60s where psychiatrists would interview like, oh, this person's a schizophrenic or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Just whatever I could find. Videos of like the really fat people that they have on like the Discovery Channel that it's like, hey, man,
Yeah.
we would all like to lose a few pounds, okay, but you're probably a bit too big at 600, bro. You probably should take the help they're offering.
Well,
maybe it's got a little out of hand, a little too much out of hand.
A little out of hand when you have to bathe in a trough, you know. Like...
Here's the wild thing with that, though, is my folks and I were actually talking about not this exact thing, but like a show like that today with the SJW culture and the quote unquote body positivity culture. Could that even be made now, or
they still do them, but they do them as like sympathetic, right? As like, oh, it's so hard for these people. Look how hard it is, and it's like, I mean, you could probably help them though. You used to help them. You used to take a forklift, get these people out the door, get them the damn bypass surgery, and then do like the follow-up where, look, they've lost 600 pounds and they feel so much better. But they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, now it's your body shaming so-and-so. Oh my God. So, yeah.
And if they don't like it, they just switch to the other channel and go watch, I don't know, 16 and Pregnant or something.
And that
if they're even watching TV.
Yeah, exactly. That was my way of getting away from politics because politics has gotten me banned, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm just looking at like weirdos on the internet and minding my own business. And I've been doing that off and on. I also have a gaming channel. And the other thing is I'm not in it as a business. Like this isn't my job. It's something I do for fun. It's a passion of mine. And so like I resurrected the show this last year back onto YouTube because I figured maybe I could do it. You know, I can tone it down and be more careful about what kind of videos I watch. And it's been going really well. And right when I did that, there was this actually it started with the debate with it was Mr. Vickers and what is that guy? Some nobody. I don't even remember. Yes.
Yeah.
I was actually, because this show always runs at 10 p.m. Eastern, and I had actually had Mr. Vickers on like 2 weeks before, and you know, I consider him a friend of the show, and that's actually Akaba used to be still is technically the
on hiatus
of the Good, the Bad, and the Vickers. And I'm sure Akaba can help fill in the whole
Vickers. And the Vicious, the Good, the Bad, the Vicious.
Yeah.
God damn it.
The Good, the Bad, and the Vickers. That's actually better.
Maybe it is.
They're outside the frame of morality.
But yeah, so I remember I was doing this show. I can't remember what I was talking about that week, but the debate was going on while this show was on, so I missed it. And yeah, I guess that turned out to be a total train wreck from what I saw.
What interested me actually wasn't the debate as much as I had come into a chat with Falco Punch, and he saw my name. This was like a week beforehand. And he said, "Oh, that's not Maxan. That's not the real Maxan." And I was like, "What are you fucking talking about, bro? Like, there's only one, you know, unless you're watching like a fucking Steve McQueen movie or something." And like, apparently, you know, I find out later, my brother, my actual real life brother, had adopted my name on the internet as his own and was friends with this Falco Punch guy, but I didn't know that at the time. And I was just like, I was already like, oh,
wait, really?
Yeah, this is true story.
Holy shit.
So I'm like, he told me I'm the fake Maxan. I'm already like,
Had a fucking motherfucker up real quick, like, you're not the real one. Wait, what?
So I see the debate and I realize that this guy also happens to be like prone to having just like absolute fits on the internet. And I was like, oh, well, he seems like the kind of guy that I would do a show on. Let me see if, because the other thing, and this is what I do, this is a hobby of mine that I don't stream usually, but you can find hundreds and hundreds of hours of me and my friend Shmuley, who sometimes co-hosts with me, trolling random live streams that have like open join links. That's like a passion that we have, to just jump in with random strangers in front of like these small audiences and just screw with people. And so we were like,
Yeah.
well, this Falco guy does an open call-in show and he's flipping out, and he had already kind of stepped on my toes with the "you're fake" thing. So we were going to go in full, guns blazing, going to screw with this guy. And the next night he did another show like that. And me and Shmuley and a couple other guys were ready to jump in. And then I heard my brother's voice. And I was like, oh no, wait a minute. That's why he said I'm fake. Because he knows my brother, and my brother's been using my name.
Wow. That's hilarious.
So I backed off. I didn't go in to destroy this guy and make a mockery of him just for content, right? I went in and I was like, oh, hey, what's my brother doing here? And just kind of chilled out. And somebody had brought up, this was off air, but I recorded it because I knew this guy was going to flip out anyway. And somebody says, oh, well, there's this meme of him sticking his dick in a jar of peanut butter. And I was like,
okay,
how is that? Is that a real thing that happened? And they're like, no. And I'm like, so then why is it funny? Right? Excuse me.
Good.
It's it's not very funny by itself, I guess, without context. But he flips out for like an hour. Like an hour about that.
I mean, when you don't usually have much going on, that happens sometimes. They'll take a little thing and just run with it. Especially if it, works to serve their purpose of, drumming up whatever emotions from chat, things like that.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I guess Falco is trying to kill Max from afar or something like that.
I got a fox in my throat.
Oh, Jesus.
So at that point, I know, like, this guy's a clown. I'm going to just make fun of him. And I do a stream about it, like, the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And it got real good numbers compared to my other shows. So obviously people were interested in it, because the other thing is, during that time frame for the Vickers debate, he also had flipped out on Twitter on Cognificent or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Cog.
He flipped out on him, and I saw that on Twitter, and I was like, bro, just kind of slow your roll. You don't realize that you kind of look like you're freaking out for no reason. And he ignored me, of course, and like other people were warning him. And so, yeah, I did the stream on him, and that just sent him ballistic. He started deleting everything. And so I found even more, because if he's deleting everything, there's got to be more funny stuff that he's hiding.
Yeah.
And it turned out there was a treasure trove, because he wasn't just Falco Punch. He had named himself like 10 different things over the years. And every time he builds up, he will either lie or scam people in some way, or just make a fool of himself. He'll flip out like he did, and then he'll delete everything and wait 2 months and then start the cycle over again. I call it the Johnny Fox cycle, right? And he's been doing this, by my estimation, the earliest I can find of it is like 2009, but it might have even been before that. And he's done some really insane things in the past that are funny, and that's he doesn't get that they're funny, and he also doesn't get that by laughing at some of them, it's not even, he thinks it's morally comparing it to like Ethan Ralph or something like that, where it's not really like him stealing gameplay footage is one of the big ones that gets brought up.
Yeah.
So he used somebody's playthrough of a Tex Murphy game, and
Oh, okay.
on YouTube, it was like a long play or whatever with no commentary, and he showed that on his screen on Twitch, and then he was talking, right? But at a certain point, he just starts snoring, and the game is still playing.
Ah.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, okay, he stole gameplay footage. And so people investigated at the time. There was this channel that documented all of it and made like a little video that was very helpful to me called Otterman Ain't No Bitch, I think is the name of the channel. And they showed he had stolen gameplay footage at least 13 times they found. And they showed side by side, frame by frame comparisons of like the mouse moving is exactly the same. There is no way he didn't do it.
Yeah.
And he still denied it for 2 years because all Johnny Fox can do is lie and delete everything. Like those are his only two defense mechanisms.
Yeah. So I wouldn't really say in defense of. I wouldn't really say in defense of Johnny Fox or whoever he is, but like when I knew, so I found out about him because my other co-host Apex, who is currently down with the Coof, he actually I guess Falco was what he's also, as you know, like an amateur author or something like that, a self-published author. And I guess he was looking for podcast to promote his book on, and so Apex told him about me, and we kind of connected, and I had him on twice because the first podcast that we did got taken down because in that same podcast I had a Project Veritas video. And so
that'll do it.
so the whole stream got taken down, and I couldn't even re-upload Falco's segment. So I had him on the second time, and it went pretty smoothly. During that time, that's when he's started the Falco Punch 64. Now the thing that I'm sure, as you know, maybe from interacting with him, is Falco is kind of he's a very non-confrontational guy, to put it nicely. And all of a sudden he got the idea that he wanted to do like this blood sports type of thing.
That's because he used to actually be on the kill stream with Ethan Ralph all the time.
Yeah, I have since found that out.
So it's just funny because like he portrays himself as one thing and then he's also another. What's at the core of him, I think, is a desire to be an e-celebrity by any means necessary. But you pointed something out that I haven't even actually said any time in all the content I've done on him, but is the truest thing ever. He is absolutely terrified of confrontation because he doesn't like to be confronted, especially because of the fact that he lies about 80% of the time when he opens his mouth.
So not even thinking about that, right? Because when I talked to him, when I knew him, I didn't know about any of that stuff, but I was kind of like, dude, I don't know you all that well, but I think we're kind of friendly. So from one podcaster to another, I really don't see how this is your personality type. So I wouldn't do a blood sports show if I were you, just because I don't see you having the personality to do it. I wouldn't do one either because it's not really in my wheelhouse. But you do you, and he's like, oh well, I want to be the one to host the Vickers versus Deadman debate, and I'm like, okay, well, okay, I guess. And then he did it, and it turned out to be a train wreck. And of course, I missed it, but later on I kind of I mean I might have literally said I told you so, but I remember like he was like, well, I guess you were right. It was a train wreck, and I was kind of like, yeah, I kind of saw it one coming, and then I didn't hear from him for a few weeks, and then the next thing I know, he just sent me a quick DM in Discord and is like, I'm gonna be off the internet for a while, and then that's when I interviewed Genius Anus, and he was like, hey, do you know what happens at Falcon Punch? And I'm like, no, what? Tell me all this stuff, and that's how I found out about Big Bad You and all this stuff.
Well,
So.
and he was so right up my alley. I actually have behind me, it's pretty obvious, right, is my Internet Scumbag t-shirt, which I do sell those. And I sell them at cost. And the reason is because Dave Grady called me the Internet Scumbag, and I was like, that's a funny t-shirt. So I had my wife draw up the design to be like a schizo druid or something. And,
That's hilarious.
And so that's the Internet Scumbag t-shirt. And I kind of like that moniker. Like, it suits me well. Also, you mentioned Blame Max Sand. That's my handle on Twitter. That's because that stems back actually to Christopher Cantwell, because he started a war with me and my friends and he lost. And after that, he blamed me for the way his life went, which basically, like, he's literally in prison now. So didn't go particularly well for him.
Yeah.
As well as like Ian Freeman from Free Talk Live, we messed with him and he blamed me for like his girlfriend leaving him and stuff. So the joke was just, whatever goes wrong in your life, just blame Max Sand. So I'm kind of like geared for this. Like, I don't mind taking the slings and arrows, particularly from people like Dave or from like someone like Johnny Fox, because they don't realize that, if you can take a joke, nobody's laughing at you as much as with you. But if you can't take a joke, the whole world is laughing at you at that point. And Johnny can't take a fucking joke at all.
Oh no, I have since found that to be the case. And neither can a lot of these internet weirdos that you. I mean, so one of the ones that you covered actually was that I found hilarious was not Ethan Ralph, but Ethan Hatchett, who
Yes.
I have a bit of a backstory with. As you
I've kind of
may or may
backed
not
off
know.
of Mr. Hatchet lately because him and his friends actually got like a thread on Kiwi Farms, and I kind of feel bad for him at this point.
They deserve it.
They deserve it, but I'm not gonna pile on him anymore. I had my fun watching his old videos, and if you didn't see those, I did like 2 episodes completely on him, and it's 2 to 3 hours of just the wildest, stupid YouTube videos you've ever seen. It's so ridiculous and silly and cringe. It just fit my show perfectly.
Oh yeah, well I realize that now, but to be honest, so when I encountered him, I had just done the Vicious Vickers interview, right? I did that in I think March of.
Was he doing his tough guy samurai character at the time?
Yeah, that's
of course.
So well, not just this, but so I did the Vicious Vickers interview, and no trolls showed up in chat because even though I promoted it, YouTube for whatever reason has me hidden in the algorithm, right? It's whatever. But then like afterwards, I got the usual, fuck you and fuck Mr. Vickers. Why'd you have him on? And I knew I would get some flack for all of that. But then I see this video from this weird samurai guy who made like a 30-minute video about this. Was just the first one. He makes like a 30-minute video on me, and he starts off by saying, I shit you not, we're going to kamikaze this guy because he is an ally of Mr. Vickers. Now, okay, people might have said I took this a little seriously, but when someone says they want to kamikaze you, whether or not that's a joke, that's a threat basically. So I was kind of weirded out because there's
It's
this
a threat of something.
yeah, because there's this shirtless samurai guy, and I've
Shirtless samurai guy.
yeah, who
You
looks
have to admit, a guy that is fat, shirtless, hairy, wearing an eye patch that he doesn't actually need, and talking with a fake Japanese accent, it is reasonable to assume that this person is mentally ill and potentially harmful.
right. So I'm like, oh gee, I'm like, oh god, who is this guy? And like the other thing was like when I was part of the College Republicans, I mean, like I never got like serious death threats. I got like Antifa people being like, we're gonna find you, and so I was kind of like, oh, so this might. So then, like at one point, someone in his chat is like, I think this guy is disabled. You better back off. And he kind of realized that he fucked up, and then he's like, oh no, well we can't rescind the kill order because he's an ally of Mr. Vickers. And I'm just like, what? I'm like, what the? So at that point, I kind of just ignored him because he wanted me to engage with him. But I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna engage with someone. And so then when you did the video, on him, I was like, oh, this guy is a total.
Yeah, well, that's
clown.
the thing. You see his shtick. Like I say, he comes off as this unhinged person, making threats and saying really crazy stuff. And turn around, if you just look at like the videos he made prior to that he tried to hide, but he made them under his full real legal name, which I think is the funniest part. You suddenly get
Says a lot about him.
He's just a goof.
No, you look at it, you look at all of it in context. You look at the videos along with him using his full name, and then you look at him now and you take it all in.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, that's all he is. Technically, yes, some form of mental illness, but not one that's generally a danger.
Yeah, he's just looking for attention, as a lot of these people are. And that's the thing, is doing what I do, particularly in dealing with these people in their videos and kind of making fun of them. I do walk a fine line with my interactions with some of these people. So I have like Dave threatened to kill me a couple weeks ago, actually. Dave Grady he said he was going to come here and he wanted to fight me. And I told him, hey, if you come out here, I will meet you out at the public place and we can talk, and if you want to fucking fight me, I guess I'll defend myself, but you're not going to do that. But, then there's this other one I watch a lot of, which is Dice Golden. And if you just look at his videos, you might consider, because they're full of like disturbing content and violence. And I don't know how he gets away with having it on YouTube. But for a while, I wasn't sure, is this guy a danger to society? I know now from talking with him, but you do definitely run a risk like that. I know that it's a little bit playing with fire with these people, because generally the people I'm dealing with have some form of a mental illness. But I also think that the internet is a public place, and that I stand by wholeheartedly. And that people kind of forget nowadays, because they think, oh, well, I'm in a private chat with some friends, and then their shit gets leaked. They forgot, oh, this is a public place.
Right.
And these people are posting on a public place. And quite frankly, I've been advocating for years a return to the asylum system of the 80s and 70s. Now, people hear that and they think the 30s, and I'm talking about lobotomies or something.
Yeah.
Right.
But what I mean is that there used to be places for these people to live semi-permanently, where they would be given, a job, even in a lot of cases, and a lot of freedom to go into town and have things. But they had people monitoring them. What people get nowadays, and why we have this crop of people like this on the internet, is they get a check from the government and maybe subsidized housing, maybe not. And that's it. That's all you get. I don't know if people know this, but to be on Social Security disability in this country, you don't even need to currently have a psychiatrist, psychologist, or anything like that. You don't need to see a therapist. You don't need to take medication. You just have to have a diagnosis on your record from some point in time. That's their standard. And you don't have to be seeking to better yourself or get a job or anything. And they just give these people a monthly check of money and let them run wild. And then we wonder why the system is overrun with criminals and people like I'm talking about like the internet lolcows just making a nuisance of themselves. But this is a much bigger problem. And that's why I think what it's kind of self-aggrandizing, right? But that's why I think what I do is important, because this is a serious problem that we have. And, a solution where these people get some level of supervision would be better than me, because I can't help them in any way. Mm-hmm. Although I have helped to some degree. I've tried to help Dave quite a bit, but he doesn't want it.
Well, and it also speaks to something I've noticed too here on the internet, and this isn't even with mental cases, but just in general, going back to the whole thing with the Christopher Cantwells and the Richard Spencers and whatnot. Like around 2010, 2011, when I first got on Twitter, right, you would have people who would say insane shit, like legit racist shit, right? Or extremist shit or whatever. But then because it wasn't as censored, you would have people who would comment on it and confront these people on Twitter and call them out for their viewpoints or make fun of them. And it was generally well accepted that these people were assholes, and that, I mean, the internet would kind of early social media would kind of take care of itself, more or less. There wasn't, at least from what I remember, there wasn't this whole need to, for like heavy moderation. And then after Trump took office, it seemed like, oh, well, we have to censor any even semi-controversial voice, and we have to shadow ban. I mean, I'm sure that it wasn't that black and white always, but it just seemed like there was a drastic shift to where, even I, who was just doing, a regular news show at the time, suddenly became lumped in with the same, crowd as, say, like a Christopher Cantwell or something.
Well, they saw the full power of the internet. They knew how dangerous it could be.
Yeah.
And at the time, they weren't sure that they had the tools to stop it, which is why they've spent the last couple of years developing things in the way that it has gone. They were terrified. The rise of Trump was that they underestimated the power of memes, and now they needed to control them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly the case. But none of these idiots, either they didn't realize, or they constantly ignored the fact that, well, like I said, the internet, more or less, when left to its own devices, not always, but most of the time, takes care of it itself. Like I think, how many videos did Medicare do of the internet insanity type stuff, where he would just make fun of, these weirdos, and then that would put more awareness on those.
Kiwi Farms is as much a modern asylum as anything else, right? It's and it's interesting now because there is the inmates are attacking the asylum. I don't know if you've seen this with Ethan Ralph is encouraging Keffels and some of these other people to protest and attack Kiwi Farms in such a way now, sort of a lolcow uprising. They're trying to get Kiwi Farms taken down.
Well,
I'll tell you this, if they think that would be better for them specifically, like an Ethan Ralph or a Keffels, I know they'll never see this, but they should take heed of it. It will actually be worse because those people will go to all different places, but they're not going to stop laughing at you.
Well, I can tell this one locale for certain. I don't know if he'll see this, but someone who watches him might see this. But Mersh, Mr. Night Dad, or whatever he's calling himself now. He was the one who tried to link the Kiwi Farms to the Christchurch massacre. And
which is for anybody who knows anything about that, the dumbest thing you can accuse.
Mhm.
That's like blaming Christchurch on Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, not Grand Theft Auto San Andreas specifically. Oh my God! Continue, Sam. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you laugh, but then people are dumb enough to buy that too.
Well, yeah, people are dumb enough to give Mersh money in the first place.
Well, yeah, there you go. And unfortunately, I was one of those people way back in the day. Mersh and I had a falling out because he came on my show like 5 years ago, and then I had someone on who he had a falling out with, and all of a sudden, I became like public enemy number one.
You mean to say, buddy, you're done?
Yep. I was nice to you. That was
We were so nice to him, chat.
that was his whole thing with me. All because I invited the real Alan Powell on to my show. But that goes in line with the whole Owen Benjamin thing too.
That's a thing all of these people do, right? Is like they make themselves the center of the world. It's this real internet celebrity, even if it's infamy, gives people this kind of like mentality that they're the center of the whole internet, right?
Yeah.
And so you're either on their team of people that they like and trust, or you're against them. It can't possibly be, which is the reality, that most people using the internet, even in their immediate vicinity, don't know all your lore. They don't know everything about you and your whole life, because that is unthinkable to these people. I mean, Johnny Fox is the same way. You could name any kind of lolcow figure, and every one of them has this trait about them. I think that's what makes them lolcows, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's weird to me too is so like I've always done a podcast because I like podcasting. And yeah, maybe I'll admit when I was a teenager, certainly I wanted that internet fame, but there were also limits as to what I was willing to do. And now I look back on it and I'm kind of like, oh, the whole e-fame thing, thank God I never really went that route, because a lot of those people are, cringe. And now I'm like, geez, it's really, for someone who's young, I can understand, but like for someone who is close to 40 or something to be chasing e-fame when they should know better, that's the type of thing that boggles my mind, is like, I guess is like super Arrested Development or something like that.
Yeah, and that's kind of where my perspective.
That's all I'm gonna say.
That's kind of where my perspective comes from, because I am a guy approaching 40, right? And I'm a dad, and I'm kind of a boring guy outside of my internet stuff. Like, I really am not all that interesting, and that bothers the people that I mess with, because there's not really that much to find, and they're left with, oh, he's got long hair and he's looks like a caveman, and it's like, yeah, definitely, fucking metal guy. What do you want?
Mid to low tier bands, but what you do your best, buddy.
What's funny is before you made the video on on Mr. Hatchet, but after he made the first video, he then did like a second video on me that was like 2 hours long, and I didn't even watch it, where he basically went through my entire like podcast catalog from Blog Talk Radio onward, and he was like trying to find like some
he was trying to do to you what I ended up doing very easily to him,
yeah,
which is to laugh at the shit in your past, which it's like it's amazing because it's the most glass houses thing I've ever seen, because this guy,
yeah.
and like for those that aren't aware, if you haven't seen it, he literally has videos of insane things like him making out with a 2-pound gummy bear, and he has a voice in his head that tells him to cut his penis off. He films his black friend masturbating. Like,
what?
It's so outrageous, his old videos, that you have to just stop for a second and breathe.
I remember one of the comments, like
holy
one of the
shit.
I remember one of the retorts that like one of his troll that someone made. Like, and it was like a big dunk. It's like, oh yeah, well, you're a boring political guy and no one watches your show. And I'm like,
got him.
I'm like, okay, like, fine, yeah, I don't make the show for you, like, and the other thing is like they get super mad when you like don't react to them, or you don't immediately cry whenever they say something about you. And it's like, because even though I'm on the internet, I'm not chronically online. And like that, I guess that's the other weird thing too, is like
because they're beta trolls. That's the term I use for it. They understand what trolling is, but because they're actually like,
do they do
they
kind of
they do. But they don't. What they don't have is the ability to know who's a target for trolling and who's not, because they are targets for trolling. They are locals.
Okay.
But they want to be the trolls. That's why they're beta trolls.
Yeah. Well. Speaking of trolling and whatnot, I have to go take a Vickers real quick.
Oh boy.
So I've had.
Oh boy.
I've had 2 Pepsis or whatever he likes to.
He drinks Diet Dr. Pepper.
No, in reality it's beer, but I just like to say Diet Dr. Pepper. So,
well, good thing I'm not the only one drinking.
So I will meet, but yeah, I guess feel free to bant or whatever. Well, feel free to talk shit about me or something while I'm going.
Go before your bladder bursts. Good Lord, Sammy. Christ. Apex, why did you have to get the fucking coop, man? Come on. I try not to be too hands-on with the kid, but fuck.
Well, I'm good at this. I've been broadcasting a long time, so I could fill air. I could talk about the ethics, philosophy, and implications of trolling.
Fucking let's do it, man. That is way better than anything I have, because I got fucking video game news. So please give them something actually entertaining.
Well, a lot of people, they hear the term troll on the internet, right? And they immediately think negatively of it, right? But trolls on the internet provide a service like many other people. In particular, to deal with people kind of too big for their britches. These kind of people, like I say, their ego won't allow them to understand that the world doesn't revolve around them, and a troll is there basically to kind of hit you with a quick sucker punch so that you're like, oh wait, the world doesn't revolve around me. Now that doesn't always work.
I like to think of it as trolling, when done properly with the right intentions, is sort of the backup mechanic we have in the world for if people go through their teenage high school lives without having to live through early and often. Those who weren't bullied kind of need to be bullied to be shown empathy and sympathy to make them, good fucking people, because kids don't have that. That's what makes kids the worst usually. and does not always work. Sometimes some people are just so vile and corrupt, no matter how many times, even when they've been on that side of it, that they are told to their face by a man they look up to like a father that you're a fucking joke and everyone's laughing at you. They still continue down the path and then run away from Matt Jarbo.
It happens, that's a completely hypothetical, obvious.
Right, of course. Yes, of course. Not based on anything.
But that's the thing, is like trolling is an extension of bullying, but it's sort of a last resort because the bullying has already either not happened or failed. And the reason the bullying is important, it's literally the immunoresponse of society to aberrant or antisocial behavior.
Yeah. And that is the one side I think most people think of when they think of trolling nowadays. Me, anybody who's been around long enough, when we think of trolling, we think of Rickrolling, we think of fake announcements, we think of Photoshop shit that has people believe that, there's going to be Mexican Dragon Ball Z characters in the next season and all this kind of shit. When you troll for a prank, it can be pretty fun. But nowadays, most of it usually is the interpersonal shit, and that kind of took form, I think.
Well, and there's like an art to that. There's like multiple strands of it, and I actually had a great interaction a couple weeks ago where, like I said, I like to just
for the podcast listeners, Sammy comes back, got on the Medicare hat.
Yep, I did that just for you, Mersh, in case you're watching, because I know
Sam needs to make sure he's on the list.
Well, yeah, I was almost before Mr. Medicare was, but I enjoy the hat, so I just have a smoker's cough like Jim does. So, but anyway, so yeah, internet trolls.
It's the thing is there's people that it's a hobby, like me, right? Like I jump on here and create laughs for myself, right?
Sure.
And then I turn it off and I go be a dad and I go do like other stuff. Whereas there's these people now, it's like this kind of next evolution of it, I guess, where they sit in Discord servers all day. They do nothing else but try and find people to fuck with all the time. It consumes their whole life, and they end up not even being very good at it, right? Like they're the type that will just, they let me on a show, I'm just gonna say a bunch of slurs. Haha, I gotcha. And it's like that's really low tier stuff.
Well, it's either that where they don't know how to banter, they don't know how to play long games, they don't know how to mind manipulate or kind of move a conversation in the direction they want,
right?
Either because of lack of skill or in some of the cases of them being lolcows. A big thing that is common with lolcows is they tend to have some form of autism. So they're not great socially, especially to be on an offensive. You have to be decent socially to kind of be on a defensive with someone and kind of hold your own in a banter argument. But to actually troll somebody, you have to have charisma, personality. You have to, not sound like an idiot making a fake Japanese retard while not having a shirt on and wearing an eye patch. Sometimes you see the signs, and the signs, that the signs are really there.
Well, it's interesting because Jesse from Pod Awful was talking about this topic recently and said we should probably stop using the word troll. And I actually agree with him on that, because we're talking about two different things at this point. Like there's the high level stuff where you're trying to prank people and just get one over, and usually everybody laughs except the target most times, right?
Yeah.
And then there's what people think of as especially younger people. They don't know that is trolling at all. What they think of as trolling is somebody comes into your chat and just says horrible things about you, and that's it, right? I called you fat, and then you got upset. I'm a good troll, and that's
Nah.
if that's gonna be trolling, if that's what people refer to as trolling, then maybe we do need a different word for being kind of pranking people or manipulating the situation in such a way.
Yeah. I don't know. I think
But
I
you
like
can't force
it's got
that.
all the history. Yeah, like there's so much history. It's like I'm kind of down, but no, fuck them. It was our word first, kind of a deal. And mother.
Well, and I was disagreeing with Jesse until he said we will call it mayhem. I kind of like that.
Okay, that's not too
That
bad.
is what
That's
I
not too
engage
bad.
in. I like a bit of mayhem,
Well, the thing with Jesse too, I have to kind of commend him for, because I'll admit I didn't understand what Jesse did at first, but I mean, Jesse's so committed to I guess his troll character or whatever, that like he just it's nonstop with him. You'll commit to the bit, he'll commit to the bit, and what I mean by that is like. I was in his VC once, and he just started making cripples jokes for no reason, and I didn't realize that his whole shtick was that he's always on. I mean, from what I understand, he's very, personable outside of the internet, but when he's online, he's a showman, and that's his show, and I gotta commend him for that. To a point. I also do like the fact that he's made Alex Stein cry somewhat. So
he's consistently entertains me, at least.
yeah.
And for that, he's one of the best out there. I do things a little differently in my own way. Like, my big thing is I don't really lie to people if I'm messing with them, right? Oftentimes I tell people like I'm messing with you. And so back to Johnny Fox, I messaged Johnny Fox when I decided that I was going to do a stream on him, and later on I decided to do a documentary about all of his past, because there was so much lore there that nobody understood or knew. I messaged him on Twitter. I still have these private messages where I was like, Johnny, what I think that you could do here is you come talk to me. We're going to look at the stupid things that you've done, because like some of the stuff he's done is pretty foul. He faked his own suicide twice on 2 separate occasions.
Jesus Christ.
He did a GoFundMe scam where he showed like a home, like a hobo shack, and said it was his house that he was losing, and it wasn't his house at all. Of course, he picked like the most dilapidated, disgusting house he could find, and he got called on it. I think it was actually Mundane Matt that called him out on that being a scam, and he got kind of owned. He also did a very famous scam called Project Phoenix, or I call it Project Phoenix because he spelled it with an F, like an idiot. But
God damn.
This idea, and he got even Andy Worski to promote it at one point, back when Worski was big with like JF and that. And the idea was, it's going to be a free speech YouTube alternative that's also going to be a Patreon alternative that's also going to be a Twitter alternative. And how much money I need you guys to raise for it is $2,000. So he's going to host a free speech alternative for everything for $2,000.
What a deal! Where can I send him the money? Yeah. That sounds easy. We can do that.
And so like this guy, he's a liar, he's a scammer. You know what I mean? He does this kind of stuff, but then he deletes everything when he gets caught and changes his name and comes back with another thing. Yeah. And so the author thing was a bit dicey, because once I talked to my brother, like I said, I found my brother on this guy's show, and I say, well, how long have you known him? Blah, blah, blah. He gets to talking. They wrote some books together. Like my brother had co-authored these books. Yeah. And they published them with my brother's pen name on the jacket of the book as a co-author. But then this guy had taken them down off of, well, I say published. It was self-published on Amazon. But he took it down and then put it back up. But he removed my brother's writing credit from it. And I was like, that's plagiarism, bro. Why don't you say, oh, because it's just Johnny and he does this kind of stuff? And I was like, this is the kind of stuff I was like, okay, what I'm gonna do is find all of his old internet personas, right? And I'm gonna tie them all together with video evidence and make a concise documentary that's gonna show this is the kind of person he is. So he can't keep getting away with it, because he would just he literally was like, oh, I went too far. I think it was the Project Phoenix scam. When he got caught, when everybody realized that this was a scam, he put up a message on Twitter saying, I'm Johnny's brother. He killed himself last night. I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, okay. And what he really did is he deleted all his accounts, said he killed himself, waited, and then came back as Mr. Falco Punch or whatever the fuck. It's like, and that's so wrong, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't help but like, let me put together this guy's history. And of course, now because of that, he's come back now. He deleted his stuff. He came back, and on his little blog where he puts out his books, he wrote some stuff about my family. He actually, because he knew my brother for years, my brother had told him some stuff. It's like, yes, I do. Like, I'm not ashamed of it, and I've never hid from it. I came from a household where there was abuse. My mother was an alcoholic and had schizophrenia, and she was very abusive. And if you want to make fun of me for that, by all means, go ahead. I'm not going to be upset about that.
Didn't he write your family situation into like the plot of one of his novels? I believe I remember that being.
Yeah, he said idea for a book, and then he used my brother's real last name as the main character and wrote essentially about like my abusive childhood. And I was just like, okay. I mean, he thought
weird flex, but okay.
He thought that I don't talk about this stuff, though. That's the thing. And he thought that, oh, I'm ashamed of, like, I know where I came from. That's the difference, though, is like somebody like him, he is ashamed of where he came from.
Yeah, no, this whole thing of this whole thing of alternative personalities on the internet or personas is I mean, I don't want to say it's always been weird to me, but like, okay. So, I mean, people ask me, well, Sam, why have you used your real name online for all these years? And I've told people, I mean, part of the reason why is because, as you know, I've said, I was trying to get into terrestrial radio in the beginning. So for me, it always kind of made sense in the beginning, at least, to use my actual name instead of, something, like an alias or something, just so that I could get my legitimate credibility out there. And it was like that for several years. And I mean, now people, know who I am. So why try and change it? I mean, and I also, when I was younger, I did try and kind of echo more like the Rush Limbaugh boisterous persona, but then I'm kind of like, as I get older, I'm kind of like, I'm just going to be me and see where that takes me. And I mean, what you see is I may change a few things for theatricality, but what you see is what you get largely. And I don't see necessarily the problem in that for, a lot.
Well, that's me in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Like I am a bit over the top, like I mess with my wife in real life off the internet all the time, right? It's like I'm always making jokes and just being me, and my persona online has always been, I'm like a middle-aged dad, that lives in the suburbs. Like,
yeah.
That you don't have to be fake when it's that boring of a persona.
Yeah.
And because nobody actually cares who you are in real life most of the time, they really don't. care. Like your backstory can help a little bit, but for the end of the day, these people, it's about being entertaining, right? And if you're not entertaining, you could have the coolest backstory ever. People see it like it's professional wrestling, like the wrestling plumber or something, and it's like, no, because in real life he's not a wrestling plumber, he's just a fucking plumber, right? And that's not interesting. But if he was interesting in the wrestling ring or whatever, then the fact that he's a plumber is just a way to make him be interesting, rather than a fucking thing. And
right,
that's how it is online.
But on the flip side, right, then you get someone like me who likes to interview.
Hold on, when do we start talking about Captain Lou Albano? Hold on. I'm sorry, continue Sam.
But then you get someone like me who likes to interview people, and I would be like, huh, so that's interesting. So you own a real plumbing business in real life. Tell me what that's like, and what and whatnot. So I mean, when you talk to people, you just don't. I mean, I guess I find people interesting when they're authentic. Characters can be entertaining for a while, I guess, but after a while, you can kind of see through that stuff, I guess. So
I back to it. In trolling, characters are great, right?
Yeah.
Because it kind of gives context and allows you to do a lot with what you create with it. But I mean,
characters have a shelf life.
Yeah. Every character, every IP, every story, eventually things have to end. All good things must end in any form.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot forget. They think they can build the Eternals. They think they can build Coca-Cola and McDonald's or Star Wars. And shit, we're only at fucking what, 50 years?
The thing about internet character work, right, like that, is that if it works, if you become successful as a character, every single time these people end up resenting it.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm not that character. This is that, my catchphrase that I used to use. I don't want to say it. It's the same thing with like one-hit wonder bands. They resent their fucking one song or whatever. It's you get sick of the same old fucking shit, but people want to tie themselves to the character because they see it as the path of least resistance to clout.
Yeah.
Or what I've seen happen a lot lately is, in the political sphere, and what's hilarious to me is, okay, take Nick Fuentes as like a perfect example, and this is kind of where the grifting right, factors into all this, right? Nick, for years, was trying to portray himself as like this based, trad Catholic, young, morally righteous, conservative guy. And I don't want to say I was ahead of the curve, but I wasn't like buying it because I was 20. I'm 27, so I'm still young-ish. But like, I remember what it's like to be a young guy, and I'm like, there's no way he's this trad. And so then for like all the talk of him being so trad and so based and against homosexuality and all that, for him to then now look at who he's become, basically. He literally is the cat boy, Mexican child leader of the white race. Or
there it is. I was sitting there waiting to see if you pulled it off.
And not only that, but it starts to fall apart suddenly.
Yeah.
Oh, is he really trad? No, it seems he's not. Oh, suddenly he's not young anymore, because guess what? The world keeps spinning for all of us. The young guy gimmick is a really bad gimmick to have because you'll get old. That's a problem.
Unless you got a transitional plan early.
Yeah.
No,
that's a problem that women tend to have. You know what I mean? Is like the young thing kind of wears out, and then what? And
that's the thing. You can make it work if you know how to work it.
Oh yeah.
But because it's Nick and he's not the genius he likes to claim he is, he didn't go from, he didn't go the Steve Austin route, right? From Son and Steve to Stone Cold. Like, he could have just started embracing this older way and older attitude, and it would now help now that he's at the point where he gets mad having to keep up gimmicks and long reference jokes in super chats. He's tired of the whole fucking thing.
And now now
he's not even trying.
Now it's just for lack of a better term. And I mean, I know he's a self-admitted narcissist, but I mean, literally that's all he has now at this point is narcissism. And it's hilarious because like you'll see like the left, right? Or people say that like Rush Limbaugh is like a narcissist or something, right? And that obviously that's not true, especially learning how charitable he was and whatnot. But then you get someone like Nick Fuentes, who is an actual narcissist, and I think the Jim debate was very revealing, even for someone like me who kind of called him out from the beginning as being a narcissist. It's like, wow, this is really all he has. He can't.
Oh yeah, it fell apart. It fell the fuck apart.
He can't even get a good comeback against Jim, who wasn't even like really, I mean, I guess pushing that hard against him. Jim was just basically saying,
Jim was confused as everyone else at the reactions he was getting. He wasn't even pulling punches. He was trying to have some fun, but there was nothing for him to even play off of other than this low tier shit. Like,
well, because it was Nick was in a moment of like, he got caught for being a fraud because his character wasn't real, and he didn't have any response to any of it, which is amazing considering he had so much time to like prepare one. But
he was too busy listening to Kanye West and putting on a puffy jacket, from what I remember.
Wasn't that after though? I think that was after.
I don't know. It's his Kanye West phase. It all feels like the same thing. It's all blurring together.
Yeah.
But I do remember he was watching a lot of Jim holding up the knife saying he's going to die while he was watching the old stuff to, I guess, refresh himself on Jim's debate tactics.
Yeah.
But meanwhile,
the most interesting telling thing was it wasn't the debate tactics he went after. It's like, oh, well, Jim's humor is like sarcastic and nihilistic and snarky, and it's not like good like my Zoomer humor. And like, here's the thing, like big reveal, Zoomer humor is just low so random, and yes, us millennials had that for like 5 minutes and we hated it then.
It was it was cancer then, it's cancer now. You know what, actually, fuck me running, I didn't put that together. Everything Nick did in that fucking debate was lol XD so random rar.
Yeah, it's lol XD so random rar by way of 4chan, but it's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I say the rar part because he likes the cat boys and all that shit, so it's about the same thing as the scene girls. But regardless, wow, it literally is just that, and he is way too old to be doing that kind of cancer. Wow.
And when the Zoomers are our age, they're going to have the same jaded, cynical humor that we have. I guarantee it, because we millennials, I say we, but like I'm like the oldest millennial you could possibly be, right?
Right.
And like millennials, we weren't as cynical and jaded when we were 20. Our humor was a bit more optimistic than it is now. That's just called growing the fuck up.
Yeah, no, like
to be fair though, we have it because we went from the Wild West to the current goddamn Orwellian nightmare we're in. We have a whole different reason for being jaded.
Yeah, the internet used to be fun, kids. I promise.
Fuck, it was the best.
Yeah, it real. I mean, and there was like a real. I mean, people say that smartphones, killed the internet, and
yeah.
I get where they're coming from, but I don't necessarily buy that because smartphones itself didn't kill the internet. Smartphones, like anything else, are an inanimate object. They're
May,
tools at the
may I
end of the
interject
day.
and specify? It's the mass adoption of smartphones and the new
Yeah.
influx of everybody. As soon as the world got into the cool kids club was the internet, and it was becoming less and less before the smartphone. Computers were easier and easier to have. More and more homes were having them and having internet and getting online by
Yeah.
that point. But once you just completely remove the entry fee for the club and let anyone in, that's when the problems start.
And yeah, my actual point will be that it was actually social media, and
So,
smartphones just accelerated that. But
Yeah.
social media made it easier for normies to interact with each other and like people online. And going back even to like MySpace, it was all part
Yeah.
of the process. Whereas like these normies that are on the internet now, or like people making TikTok videos, would not have been on like, you know, a BBS board. You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
They wouldn't have been in
Yeah.
an IRC chat or anything like that. But because they can just put in their birthday and upload a picture and have a Facebook account, and then it recommends them all the people they went to high school with. I actually think Facebook probably had the biggest impact because it brought in boomers.
Oh, it totally
Yeah.
it
The
totally
boomers that
did.
were on the internet before Facebook were the cool boomers.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
after that, it was just like, well, I guess they're just letting anybody in now.
Yeah.
Grandma and
So
grandpa.
yeah, so my mom was actually in the tech industry back in the 80s. And she sold the she sold the first Macintosh back when, you know, back in 1984. She didn't meet Steve Jobs, but she says she once saw him at like a conference or something. Point being is she's one of those cool boomers that you're referencing, and
Mhm.
I remember when Facebook came out. She's like, "Why would I ever want to go on?" She was like, "Why would I ever want to go on there? It's a sieve for your personal information. I don't want, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want everyone knowing, you know, everything about me. It just seems like what, like who gives a shit what salad I'm
But
eating?
then
Why would I even post that?"
the other boomers were like, I can contact people that I haven't seen in 30 years, and I can see pictures
Yeah.
of my grandkids. And
The
like up
stuff that
until
we kind of thought about MySpace at first.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, like we see the functionality.
Yeah, but we also understood, being like the early internet people, never give out your actual like name
Oh,
and
yeah.
location and stuff. Like that's why MySpace wasn't the tipping point. Facebook was, because it changed the mentality from why would you ever give your name out on the internet to why wouldn't you use your real name? What have you got to hide? You know?
Not only that, but there were little things where like there were things, because like back in, you know, the days of MySpace, like I would, even though I don't live in New York City, like I would find like some random, like, you know, street in like New York City, Manhattan, and just post that as like my location or whatever, because you could. When
Yeah.
Facebook came out, I remember was like, no, you have to put in your actual, you know, geolocation because of connectivity. And it was like, are you fucking serious? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then, you know, your great aunt or something or whatever, all these people like in your family are like, why aren't you on the Facebooks, you know? And this is like, this is the only reason most people had a Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I found an interesting side of Facebook where we just had like these ridiculous political debates on there, and that was
Oh
fun.
God, yeah.
The groups can be fun on Facebook. You can meet some cool people into some cool
Yeah.
things.
No, I have.
But I
But
got
boy, oh boy,
completely
that
nuked.
information sift. Yeah, that too can happen.
Yeah, I got nuked off Facebook so hard after I went to the straight pride parade in Boston. Like they
Oh,
yeeted
dear.
me so fast. That was great.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook, but I hardly ever use it anymore because what happened with me was I post. So like groups are one thing, right? Because
Yeah.
you can kind of find people with interests, like you said. But if I post anything even remotely, I don't even want to say political or even edgy, but anything that might, upset the normies a little bit on my general timeline, I kid you not, 30 comments from people I haven't heard from in years. I remember when Trump got elected, I posted something like I posted a status on my profile or whatever saying he fucking did it in all caps. I can't believe it. And then in the next day, I got like 30 comments and a whole bunch of messages from people I knew in high school who knew me, who knew I was always conservative, who should have known better, and they were like, I'm unfriending you. I can't
Mhm.
believe that you've all people who are, handicapped. You voted for the one who made fun of a handicapped journalist. How could you? I'm outraged.
Because
I'm unfriending you.
because you're
Even
supposed to
though
feel the way that they think that you should feel about it. God damn it.
right, exactly.
And there's no social contract where they have to actually say it to your face and hear you speak and be part of the conversation. They can just leave it at their convenience.
Yeah, and it's like, wow, I haven't spoken to you in close to 8 years. You know,
Cool, I
ni-
guess.
nice, nice of you to say hi, I guess, but cool. What's the problem? I don't care. I don't get why you're upset, but okay, if you're gonna feel that way, then fuck you too, I guess.
Well,
So
and that is, I think, part of like the deterioration of people kind of conversing that we've seen the past couple years. And interestingly enough, it leads into like I am a big subscriber in the dead internet theory. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
oh yeah,
Maybe I'm just too drunk.
somewhat.
Give me a light refresher.
Okay, so the dead internet theory is basically the 80% or most of what you see are bots and you're not
Oh, okay,
interacting with real
yeah.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And so the internet's sort of this Potemkin village of it looks like a city, but it's really cardboard cutouts.
Yeah.
And the
I remember
best way
Dixie
for
about
that
it
to
anyway.
be effective is to get people that you do actually know and have a connection with in real life away from you so that you can talk to bots. And if you think that you're not talking to bots online, you should look into what chatbots can do now because they very much could fool you. And this is what Elon Musk was talking about. That
Then
he
why isn't
thinks
anyone selling that? I'll buy it. Let me buy a friend that I can make sure won't annoy me.
you can. What is it called?
Everything I've seen is still very rudimentary.
No, check out the replica like app. It's like a girlfriend chat bot, and it's fairly back and forth with you. I mean, you're not going to get into like a
yeah.
deep
I've
philosophical conversation with it, but it will
uh
respond like a person would respond to a lot of things.
yeah,
Interesting.
and that whole sh- that whole side of things like creeps me creeps me out kind of. I'm like if I need to get off, I'll just get off, the old fashioned way. I don't need a robot or like a virtual girlfriend or whatever the
Right.
hell.
And I would recommend a different one, but that's like the most popular one you can get on like a phone and stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is they're not just using it for that anymore. And like a portion of the people you interact with on Twitter in particular are definitely bots. and no doubt
Oh, I'm
about it.
sure.
And it's not just the ones that you obviously think are bots, but some of the people that you would never even consider are absolutely bot accounts. And this is why Elon Musk is in a battle with Twitter right now, because Twitter said, oh, bots are like 5%. Now they're estimating that 5% being bots that are really obvious bots, right? Like the ones that we all look at and know, oh, it's name string of numbers, and they just created
I
their
work
account
from
yesterday.
home making $8,000 a month.
But by Elon Musk's reckoning, and I think he's looking at bots the same way that I'm talking about them. He's looking at like Markov chain bots and chat bots of different kinds, higher level AI bots. If his estimate is correct, about 40% of Twitter are chat bots. That means that almost half of the people that you see aren't real people.
Well, I even have to wonder if like how many of these verified users, quote unquote, are actual bots, because there are some verified people on Twitter that I've never even heard of, and like they're not famous or well known or anything. They're just people that are very well, known, and
They're Twitter people.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's tough to say with any certainty, but the one thing I say for sure is it is a problem that you got all of these bots running around and you're talking to them. Why would that be? You know what I mean? Like, why would somebody go through the effort to set up all of these bots? These bots are arguing with you about politics. These bots are talking to you about Disney movies. These bots are arguing about like woke culture or something. They're not selling you a product. They're not selling you even an ideology per se. It seems like a really red flag as to why somebody would pump the internet full of these bots for no other reason than to talk to us.
Yeah, no,
Almost like they're trying to fucking distract us from something, but hey, that's not my business.
I always get very suspicious.
The problem with the dead internet theory is if you start talking about it like that and coming to any kind of conclusion, YouTube doesn't like that. So I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it open-ended. I don't know what they're trying to do. Right. But somebody somewhere wants to fill the internet with these bots for us to talk to for no apparent reason.
Well, we are streaming on, we are multi-streaming on Odyssey as well, and this will be on Rumble as well, probably. But I will say this: I've gotten, to kind of just bookend your point. I'm always suspicious when I get like new followers on Twitter, and I see that they're like total, MAGA Patriot 2024, Trump, and like in their little timeline is just like all, let's go Brandon, Joe Biden. Did you know that Joe Biden is a pedophile criminal?
It's current thing, right-wing version.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, if these people are like, what are these even real people that are supposedly listening to my show? Or are these, like retweeting my stuff? Or are these just, bots that like are part of troll farms or whatnot?
This is one instance where we kind of know a little bit in terms of why bot accounts exist to this degree. And it comes from TikTok. And so TikTok's internal data sheets were leaked about 2 years ago, like right before 2020, actually. And one of the things that a lot of people didn't talk much about, but I found immensely fascinating, is that it admitted in there that they actually give fake follow numbers to people to encourage them to keep creating content on the platform. So basically they'll give you 20,000 followers or something like that aren't even accounts, let alone real people. It's just they pump that number in because you can't look at who's actually following you on TikTok. You just get a number. And then you get people that comment on your videos or whatever. And so they figured out very early on that if they raise your number, you're more likely to create content for them. But then they also decided that certain people were either too ugly, fat, or
That's what I heard
disabled.
about. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what they did is they gave those people like 20,000 and then stopped. But if they found people that they considered attractive and blah, 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 whatever criteria was, they would keep giving them follows. But yeah, they actually were stopping giving followers at all to people who were disabled, fat, ugly, black actually was one of the criterias.
Wow.
But in China,
China. Yeah. Oh, yeah. China. Okay. Yeah.
China can get away with that shit, right? Like nobody.
Yeah, I remember one of the fascinating things was I can't even remember where I read the article. I'm an English major, or I majored in English in college, and my degree specifically was technical communications. So lots of my background is actually in online communications and communicating on the internet. I bring that up because one of the things I actually wrote a paper on was kind of social media and kind of the culture of the internet. And one of the things was fascinating to me was reading about how artificial intelligence, I guess someone built an artificial intelligence and like gave it sentience on the internet. And the first thing it did was it started using gamer words and all these slurs and
That was
saying,
Tay AI.
God,
And
I miss
"Oh yeah, okay,
Tay
yeah,
was
thank
Tay
you."
was Tay was a saint. I mean,
She died for a lot of sins.
yes.
A lot of sins to hide the truth.
And that Tay inspired me even to look into this stuff, because shortly after that, me and a friend of mine, he goes by Risky. Risky and I were starting to look into like Markov chain bots to kind of try and, like, the joke was we were going to rebuild her from the ashes. And we ended up making a bot that was actually similar. It would not only like be able to converse with people based on like a Markov chain, which is where you take like a dictionary of some kind. We used the Bible for one of them, but you can use like pretty much anything. And then it will formulate words into a sentence to respond with. Now, at first you just get gibberish, right? But the more it talks to people, it adds what other people say to its library. And the idea being is that after enough of this kind of interactive learning with people, it will be able to form coherent sentences. But we took ours a step further. It actually was able to create memes. It would use random images, and
Holy
then
shit.
it would put like words on the memes, and the memes would get better and better. And it's really easy to do. Like 2 dudes could do it in like Python in like a week. So and
Holy shit.
we even created different like personalities for the bots, and we would go into IRC chats and just unleash them, and the bots would argue with each other. They wouldn't even argue with the people in the chat room. They'd completely shut it down.
That is hilarious, but also kind of scary.
And what we
And
estimated is at the time, this was 2016, what we could have done very easily, but we would have absolutely gotten caught, would be to make anything we wanted to trend on Twitter with maybe between 10 and 50 people installing these bots on their computer. And because then the bots would post on Twitter, and they would post with the hashtag. And at the time, because now Twitter knows that this is potentially a thing that could happen, so they don't allow it to happen. But back then, whatever was the most mentioned hashtag would be what was trending. And we did the math on it. It would take us about 20 minutes to get the number 1 hashtag. But we knew they would immediately shut us down, so we never actually pulled the trigger. Our big plan was we were going to get something funny trending during the presidential debate, but then decided against it.
What I will say is, well, that has happened. and my English is great right now. I love that. That has already happened because it's turned out, thanks to an internal investigation or rather a private investigation hired on behalf of Warner Brothers, they found out that a lot of the initial major groundswell to re-release Justice League for the Snyder Cut was actually started by bots, and then
I
people
believe it.
jumped in for the troll of it.
Yeah.
And they concluded that looking at all these accounts and how they were connected, that all of this initial groundswell out of nowhere it was organized by bots.
Yeah, it's
and
a
it
lot
made them
more
fucking
common.
re-release a movie and spend millions to have it recut.
Yeah, and it was trash to begin with. Yeah,
exactly. That's why it's fucking funny.
It's so easy to program one of these Markov chain bots if you know what you're doing. That it's actually something that they used to teach middle schoolers in coding classes. This, and it's something that you could use to bring the internet to its knees if you knew what you were doing.
That is, I mean, that is scary too, because like, you know, there are some gifted kids, you know, out there. Imagine the internet being held hostage by some brainiac, fucking 12-year-olds who knows coding, and they hold the internet hostage just for literally. I mean,
Well, and that happens all the time. You look at the VTech hack, if you're familiar with that, where VTech is a company for kids, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
They released a tablet, and the tablet was supposed to be like on its own little network. But this kid this literally autistic kid in England figured out that you could do an SQL injection onto their login, and he dumped all of the data from all of these kids' tablets, including videos and chats that they had with their parents and stuff. Terabytes and terabytes of data from hundreds of thousands of children all over the world. And he managed to not only hack into their servers and get it, but he just downloaded it. And you know, it was really, really easy to do.
Pardon my idiocy. I thought it was illegal to store information about children. For any modern first world, I think NATO country even.
Very much so. And so that kid got in a lot of trouble, but also VTech.
They probably got in more trouble.
They got brought before Congress and other things. And they're not alone.
Yeah.
Like that's just and people don't know this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like there's this other side of the internet where your data is not safe, no matter what you do, no matter where it is. You know, it's just not. You could take some steps. You can mitigate that. But if you're using the internet, you know, there's a potential of you to get leaked by your fucking credit card company or whoever. Like
if they haven't already had a leak.
Yeah,
you just
probably
never announced it.
Well, that's why you got like sites like, and I highly recommend people check themselves out on like, have I been pwned and stuff like that, because you probably have had your shit leaked already and you don't know it.
Yeah, I mean, geez.
And to think we're still in the infancy of the internet. This is still the beginning. That's the best part. It's going fucking cyberpunk. I don't like it.
I do because I'm gonna get my robot gorilla arms.
Okay, all right. I mean, I want to be able to see better with fucking Kiroshi optics and shit. And I want what is it? The Magnus XL King Edition dong replacement.
Yeah.
But
hook me up. Give me the works.
Fucking chip on in.
I just want, like, fuck, why can't we get flying cars? That was the one thing about...
We can't have regular cars without drunken idiots fucking it up for the rest of us. You're going to let them go and have potential 9/11s every Friday? Well, sorry, Saturday morning, but...
Yeah, we had a 9/11 outside the local pub, you know?
Fuck, another one?
Well, good point. I mean, auto driving cars are going to be a thing too. Like people are always asking like, Sam, when are you going to get a car with like hand controllers? I'm like, I'm always like, do you honestly think I'll need to drive in 5 years? It's all going to be auto drive in 5 years, and I mean I'm partially joking, but also somewhat serious.
I mean, it's
It might
within
not
the
be
next
5,
15.
but yeah, it's.
I think within maybe the next 15, and maybe not as a
Yeah.
standard, but as common. But I don't. I think America will be the last because they're the last motherfuckers ever that want to fix the roads.
Yeah.
Other than for countries that may not have roads.
That's true.
To be fair, we have more roads than any country on earth.
Whose fault is that? Could have just all been fucking trains.
I love Biden. We need to fix the roads, man. There's no money for the roads and the bridges, and man, that Trump is a bad dude.
Nasty character.
The last time a Democrat fixed the road, FDR was the one in office, but he also paid people to dig it up first and then fix it.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, and I mean the whole thing with these bots too is like, you know, with the whole thing with like Ethan Ralph, like you have to imagine that like some people are just sending bots after Ralph just to screw with him too. Somewhat. Yeah. So
I don't think you even need the bots. The only time you need bots to screw with Ralph is when you're waiting till he's live, bragging about how many views he has, and then you close all the tabs and you watch that number drop by over half. That's the only time you need bots for dealing with Gunt.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing
is America Ralph, First does that same thing. They pump their fucking numbers just like the Chinese.
That is true. The thing about Ralph that makes him different than most other lolcows is he's like on automatic. Like he will continue to make a fucking ass of himself no matter, like you don't have to interact with him at all.
Yeah, no tipping required. He will find the problems.
You know, you just leave him long enough and he'll tweet something horrible or he'll go get beat up in another country.
He's got to show everyone and explain how he's the biggest, baddest wrestling plumber out there. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. I mean, the thing.
He may not be pulling out the shit from the toilet to unclog it, but you know, he's still handling fecal matter and doing the wrestle.
I mean,
that's true.
He's
gonna have a hell of a time booking anybody on a wrestling show in the Northeast, considering he's like a white nationalist anti-Semite. Because let me tell you, as a guy from the Northeast who has some connections in the wrestling industry up here, almost everybody that runs the promotion is Jewish. Like, so if you're an independent wrestler in the Northeast and you work for Ethan Ralph's show, you have to know you're never going to get booked again by any of the locals. I don't know who's going to come work with him.
No one will. No one will.
Well, hey, you know, Jews running wrestling promotions. I don't know. It's just always been a thing.
Well, I mean, am I surprised? Nah.
Hey, Paul Heyman is a hell of a mind.
Yeah, exactly. I have no problem with the people of the Jewish faith. I love Adam Sandler.
No, I mean,
in all actuality, I really don't. I just love using the Adam Sandler joke. That or Jerry Seinfeld. That's always a fun one.
Well, I love me some Jerry Seinfeld, especially when Nick Mullen on Cumtown used to do impressions of him. Those were the best.
It's just
Um,
it'll be interesting for him to. He's gonna host a wrestling event, and it's gonna be what? Nothing but like America First people. Are they? Do any of them know how to wrestle?
They don't know.
Are we,
Well,
are we gonna see Baked Alaska versus Beardson?
you're asking if the America First boys know how to grapple and move around half-naked
enough.
bodies with other men in a coordinated style.
On the bright side, they will probably have plenty of oil.
Oh yeah, no, they'll be good on that. They'll be good on that. It'll be like the old McMahon days. Big old oiled up bodies. They just won't be muscular. And then whoever wins the championship belt will just give it to Ralph because the Ralph male or something.
yeah, he'll somehow win, and that'll be that. My whole thing with these internet people is like, no one outside of the internet really knows who they are. Like, you ask
Most people on the internet don't know who they are.
Well, yeah, even more so. That's a fair point. Like, yeah.
Well, it's a subsection thing, right? It's like there's a small subsection of the internet who knows who Jim is, right? And then an even smaller subsection that knows who Ethan Ralph is, and an even smaller section of that knows who Nick Fuentes is, and an even. And so when we get down to how many people know who Johnny Fox is, it's like me and then 5 other people. But it's pretty funny anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing too, is like some people will say, "Oh, Sam, you're famous because you interviewed Ben Shapiro on your show before," which I did. I'm like, okay, that's cool, but I'm not like famous. I mean, I think that's I just think the older I get, the more I just realize that the e-fame thing is retarded. And but I can't say that because YouTube, but you know what, I said it anyway. I can, Susan, because I'm physically retarded.
God damn it.
I self-identify as retarded.
Well, God damn it.
I mean, at the very least, you laugh at some pretty retarded shit while drinking coffee.
Yeah, I thought that was my favorite part, is like the whole coffee house gimmick just suited what I was doing. At first it was just like, oh, I'm going to do a morning show. Cringing over coffee makes so much sense. And now I'm like, yeah, we're in the cringe coffee house with the, I am your humble cringe barista. Just go all in on the metaphor.
What's funny?
I was thinking of getting like shelves behind me and putting like Keurig machines and shit, but that might be a bit much.
Well, what's funny is like when I watched your episode on Mr. Damio, it was actually Saturday morning, and I actually was drinking coffee, so it kind of fit. And then I was like, wait a minute, is this guy actually drinking coffee, or is this just part of the title? And
no, it's true. I'm empty now because it's nighttime, but like I got my mug. I drink. The thing is, I don't fill it up. This is a giant ass mug, and that was for comedic effect. I usually fill it up like here.
Sure.
And I have a heart condition. I had a heart attack a couple years ago, so I actually drink half calf on top of that.
Oh.
But it is coffee. It is real. I usually I take it with cream and sugar.
Yeah, me too. I drink half calf as well, so you're not alone. But yeah, I know there will be people in chat who are like, that's not actual coffee and whatnot, but
it's my last vice. You know what I mean? I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke. I have a cup of half calf coffee. I'm a real rebel. Living dangerously.
it's rebellious to live healthy now, or live healthier,
Apparently.
I guess. So
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're straight edge, you're a cool kid.
yeah.
Oh, I got a kid, and it's I guess that's why, like, people are like, "Oh, well, you make fun of people on the internet. You must not have a life." And it's like, "Well, no, I just don't do a lot of the other things that people do to pass the time." Like,
Mm.
my hobbies are fuck with people on the internet and play video games, right? And that's what I do. So, I'm not drinking, I'm not I don't really watch television or movies. Uh I watch weird people on the internet. It's a passion.
Yeah, I don't really watch television anymore either. Well, I do review. I do movie reviews, but they're of like older movies too. And there are some good series out there like Better Call Saul, but geez, far and few in between these days. So
It's This is getting hard. I'm like, one of my other hobbies, and I was gonna start a new session of it and probably stream it. Was I've been doing Dungeons and Dragons since middle school, and I was the DM. We did a whole campaign on D Live, like I think 2 years ago, and I was like, oh, we're gonna do a new one, but they just went like ultra woke literally 2 days ago.
yeah, I know.
So
It's
messed up.
well, and I mean, so one of the things is I'm big into classic rock, as well, and my ultra normie friends, and I say ultra normie, you'll understand why. They're like, Sam, you should do a music podcast, and I'm like, yeah, I'd love to, but I literally can't because if I did, you literally wouldn't see it because it would get taken off YouTube or probably any platform immediately
Mm-hmm.
because of copyrights. So
Mm-hmm.
that's another reason why I miss the old internet. So, and I mean, you guys mentioned Winamp earlier. I remember Winamp on the PlayStation Portable. That was how I first tuned into Alex Jones, way
Nice.
back in the day, was on Winamp. And like I just used to listen to him for no other reason than I just thought it was hilarious that a guy could be that outrageous talking out like lizard people and whatnot. And
He's an American
know,
treasure. Like, you don't have to. This is the thing that I think the left doesn't get about Alex Jones. You don't have to agree with anything he says to appreciate how funny Alex Jones is.
there
Mm-hmm.
was a there was a gimmick going way back. So people always like to say, "Oh, Ethan Ralph was cringe," and that whole thing is a train wreck. But I'm certainly old enough to remember um, when Charlie Sheen had the epic meltdown with the whole Tiger Blood saga, and not a lot of people remember this, but he used to do crazy ass live streams back in like 2011 on like Ustream, where he would like do like crazy like blood sports type thing, but it was like with other like 80s celebrities and like amateur porn stars and whatnot. It was wild and um to watch. And then I remember he called into Alex Jones's show once and was like uh and Alex was like, yeah, Charlie, you and I were working out at your house the other day. I came down and I mean, I've seen your hernia or something. It was like the weirdest comment in broadcast history at the time. Just yeah, that man is a treasure. So but anyway, speaking of gaming,
Oh dear Lord.
I think it's come to that segment. The news with Akaba.
Only fucking 2 hours and 24 minutes in. Wonderful. I do have a little bit of news. Most of it's fast. So first up in the news today, Elden Ring shipments and digital sales top 16.6 million. Not bad for the series, not bad for the studio, not bad for Bamco. Out of the best-selling games overall, the top 50, the 50th is Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, coming in at 22 million. So 16 million is not too far away. It may be if they re-release it on new platforms in the future, something like that.
DLC might do it.
DLC might do it. I think that would probably be the best way, but the DLC has to come hard in order to push that. I mean, 16 million since launch. It's been 4 months, and there is a holiday season coming up, so maybe.
I think it'll come hard. I think it'll come Nameless King hard. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. I don't want to get my expectations up, but it's hard not to with what we were initially given. So they have a little bit left. I think if they do more than one DLC, I think it'll be okay. I think they'll be able to keep this thing going. They're already showing that they do care about the longevity of PvP with the fucking bullshit nerfs and the fun they have fucking ruined. I swear to God, Bamco. But I'm very happy for them selling 16 million. So that's your feel good story.
They would sell a lot more. Well, listen to me, Bamco. They would sell a lot more if they offered it on discount every once in a while, because cheapos like me, this is the one part where I'll admit to being a little bit of a haggler. We like to buy games on sale. So yeah.
I actually grabbed Elden Ring, I believe on Green Man Gaming for like $40 or something before it even came out.
Wow.
That's a good price. That's a good price to pick that up on.
For a game when they first come out, you'll never beat Green Man Gaming. Like they always have the best price.
Interesting. I paid 60. I think that game is worth more than $60. That is a $90 game. I would be happy to pay. Even knowing everything that's in there, I would still buy it at $9. I think it's got everything there. You don't need anything. Like fucking, I squeezed out 123 hours, and I'm not big on PvP. I went through one major playthrough. Like that's very much worth the fucking money. And then it's just it's that nice feeling of that's it. I don't have to buy anything else.
Yeah,
no more spending. I could it's in the game. I just got to get it. That's a really nice feeling.
Hey, I just have to address Ash in the chat real quick. He's saying, Sam, come on, pay full price. And to that, Ash, I will say, my PayPal link is in the description, pal. Thank you very much. So yeah.
I did a review on my main channel of Elden Ring. It's the only AAA game I've ever done a review on, because I usually try and focus on like indie titles and spotlight them. But like there was just so much hatred by the mainstream gaming press that I had to.
Oh yeah.
You know, because they were just so full of shit about that game.
They always fucking are. They always fucking are.
Well,
everybody, even not even the media, the people are full of shit. Shit, before the fucking Steam reviews came out, where it was actually user fucking base, you would have thought Death Stranding was the worst game in the goddamn fucking world. And then turns out, no, a lot of people like it. They're just loud assholes who are probably bots that are making it seem like this is a terrible game. But
yeah, that tends to be the case, you know.
Elden Ring is like, I don't. Everything I saw in opposition was like, you guys are crazy. Look at the track record. Look at the history. Look at the development time. Everything points to them having their ducks in order, and they still were late to the game. There were still on launch character quests that weren't finished that they had to fix in a hot patch for 1.01 or 1.02. And it's still as big, as packed, as much as it is. It makes me sad because I don't know if they can
the
top
biggest
it.
complaint I saw that I like really took issue with is they're like, well, it's just like a big open world Dark Souls game, and it's like, yeah, motherfucker, that's what
That's it.
everybody wanted.
That's
what do you
look
think
at Zelda.
this is?
Look at fucking the most recent Zelda game. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Fucking the open world one.
Oh yeah,
most
Breath
recent
of the
one
Wild.
Breath of the Wild. Look at Breath of the Wild. It's Zelda, but big.
Yeah.
How big? Really big.
Well,
let's see. And then everyone fucking loves it.
Open world games have gotten a bad rap over the past few years, but that's because most of them are like Ubisoft, cookie cutter. It's just the same busy work all over the place. And Elden Ring is the opposite of that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's
you could have just stopped
at
it because Ubisoft, and that would have been every single reason.
It's not just Ubisoft though, right? Because like you look at open world games by other publishers have a lot of those same tropes.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think of always the Ubisoft as the worst. Like,
they're the pinnacle
examples.
Yeah.
But no, I can't even argue for Final Fantasy 15. That had an open world that could have been amazing, but it was just empty, and the way they tried to address it was side quests that had no meaning or merit. And
you didn't like the cup of noodles?
Okay, there were some good ones. But for how many are in there and how many are worth it, it's not like a Yakuza game where every side quest is kind of worth something narratively. It's interesting to see. Oh my god! So it's it's like knowing what Dark Souls was. It's already good linear. It's good at a big scale. It's good at a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you think opening that up would just be, as long as it's finished, the best thing ever?
Yeah, there was a potential they could have screwed it up, right? That was possible, but like nobody thought that was going to happen, and that's the thing. The 16 million. That's them, getting what they deserved in the end for putting out the fucking product, and that's the game journos eating shit.
Yep, 100%.
Well, nobody wants a hard game. Nobody wants another Dark Souls game. It's like, well,
I do. Give me another set of challenges to overcome. I like it.
Yeah. Give me another Elden Ring in a couple years. I'll be happy.
I like to compare. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sam.
No, what I was gonna say is so this whole thing about open world games, I get I totally agree with where you guys are coming from. My biggest pet peeve is I've been playing the Mafia games lately, and my one pet peeve, especially with Mafia 3, is it's an open world game, but the way the game is set up, it almost forces you to play it linearly, to follow the storyline.
To be fair, that's always been Mafia. Like even the first game was like that. And in the first game, if you remember, the first game came out a couple months before GTA 3. And so you had those two like complete opposites, right? Where Mafia 1 was an open world game, but there was basically nothing in the world, versus GTA 3, which it was like just mayhem in the open world. And also we have a campaign
that is extremely linear. And don't you dare deviate, fucker, or we're going to say that ambulance was a decoy until you get the fuck out of the tank and do it like we wanted, asshole.
Yeah.
People sleep on that. They forget.
So like at that point,
it's because nobody was playing the actual campaign, right? They were all just shooting it out with the cops.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm like, at that point, what is the purpose of having an open world game if you're going to force me to play it linearly anyway?
Well, the logic actually, it's interesting if you read the developers' comments on that from the original Mafia. The logic was because, again, GTA 3 hadn't happened yet. So the idea of this open world game wasn't a thing. The idea
Other than Driver.
other than Driver. Yeah, I guess.
I'm that asshole. I'm sorry. Somebody has to be.
But nothing on the scale of Mafia.
Oh yeah,
right?
no.
And
Mafia was the first to pull
the
it off.
idea was they wanted this living, breathing city for this Mafia story to take place in. And so they hadn't really considered the idea of a bunch of side quests. It was just like the city was supposed to be the set piece where the
The
whole
thing was,
takes
look
place.
at how big this city is. Okay,
Yeah.
but what does there do? No, look at how big it is. You're right, that is pretty big. That's cool.
Yeah.
That was the end of the thought.
And also
But-
this city has this crazy Mafia story that happens,
But
because the story is pretty good in Mafia 1.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah. But are we gonna let you explore? No, not at all. Are you gonna let us explore after the game, after the story is complete? Nope. We're gonna make you create a new file and do the same thing over again. Mafia
But you gotta admit,
2,
compared to its competitors at the time, which is nothing, it's still better than
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, and we're talking PlayStation 2. Mafia 2 has less of
Yeah.
an excuse because that was, I believe it was like a Xbox 360 game. So
and well, Mafia
And
2,
GTA existed.
yeah, and then Mafia 3 has no excuse because didn't that come out like just a couple years ago?
yeah, well, Mafia 2 is actually, I think, the best game out of the trilogy. Mafia 3 is dog shit, by which I mean it's just unplayable. It's a really
That's
cool
fair.
premise, but the problem is it and I haven't had this problem yet, but supposedly it crashes like constantly
Oh yeah.
to the point where it's more unplayable even now, 6 years later, than Cyberpunk is. So
Cyberpunk's gotten better. Fuck off with that shit. God damn it, you're making me have
Yeah.
to defend Cyberpunk.
That's the thing. I played Cyberpunk I want to say the beginning of this year. So it already had like a bunch of major patches. And I saw some physics glitches that were pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie, but I never ran into like a lot of the bugs
no,
people
it,
claim they
it,
have.
it works for me now, but I'm just saying. What I'm saying is they fixed Cyberpunk. Mafia 3 is still broken. 6 years.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
Just
that's more kind of like modern hardware kind of evolving sort of thing, I would figure.
Yeah.
But then again, the PC port may just be there are such things as bad PC ports.
Yeah, they still exist, sadly.
Sadly, you'd think it wouldn't be hard. You make the game with the computer, have it run on the computer. But nope. Fucking targeted hardware. But anyway, so moving on because I got a little bit more. So Microsoft has claimed that Sony pays for blocking rights to stop developers from adding content to the Xbox Game Pass. The explosive claims are part of documents filed with Brazil's national competition regulator and part of a review of Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard.
Yeah.
No, I believe that. I believe that 100%.
Yeah.
Sony will do everything it can to have its closed garden.
They said it's not just the closed garden. What their real problem is, it says it in that thing. I don't know where you got that report from, but
The Verge.
All right, yeah, there's a bit more in depth to this. So what Sony alleges, Sony applied to block the deal between Microsoft and Activision Blizzard, and in they're the only company that said, "Hey, this should be stopped," and basically saying it's our competition. And they said that they don't want to be forced to compete with Microsoft on a subscription service basis. And of course, Microsoft is like, well, then you just can't compete. Get fucked. And they dug into it. They had like investigations about all this because of course they did. It's a major lawsuit. And Microsoft's, findings were that, it turns out we think that they're paying companies to make their games exclusively not onto the Games Pass, which seems to be the case.
Mm-hmm. Because they have been reworking their subscription services to try to compete to offer as good of a product as Microsoft does with its Xbox Live and Game Pass combo.
Which the judge pointed out undermines their original claim that they didn't want to compete with Microsoft on the streaming service. And I believe that the lawsuit was thrown out, or the objection was thrown out in the end. But of course, the big story people picked up on is the blocking rights thing, because that sounds dirty. I don't think it's dirty per se, but it's exactly the same thing that Epic Games was doing, and nobody likes it.
I think it's partly, it's both that dinosaur standing still and it's a step in the backwards direction. There's no reason that multi-plat should be common standard place. I have a friend who has an Xbox. I have a PC. We get to play with each other through games on Game Pass and games that support crossplay. It's fantastic because I'm not buying a modern console. I have a fucking PC. I don't need it. Everything I can get on it, pretty much I can get on the fucking PC. So it's very nice to do that. And for the longest point, people have always wanted to be able to play with their friends on either one. Having to choose or have two consoles, sometimes one just for one game, fucking sucks. No one fucking likes it. And everyone thought it was just
except
impossible.
Nintendo fanboys.
Well, yeah, fair enough. And everyone thought, oh, it's just this impossible Herculean task that can't be done. And then Power Rangers is like, nah, here's the money, get it the fuck done. And all of a sudden you had a game that had full cross-plat between everything. So it goes to show the only people holding up that kind of thing is the console makers themselves. Microsoft's already down for it. They're willing. Hell, they wanted to merge the Final Fantasy 11 player base from the Xbox and PC with the PS2 people, but Sony was like, nah, we're not going to allow for that kind of cross play to happen. And it's still to this fucking point.
And their claim as to why, to be fair to them, is that they can't guarantee their customer experience on a platform that they can't moderate.
Yeah.
Which is like, to some degree, that's a valid problem to point out, but I don't think it justifies their stance.
I mean,
it's actually a minor problem in the grand scheme of things.
Really, yeah.
Because the other companies are doing it. So it would be one thing if everybody was like that.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I know that they mean, like, because obviously Xbox has its standards, but PC doesn't. But I mean, fuck, PC and Xbox, they work with each other. There's no problem there that they're finding that they can't moderate or whatever like that.
And that doesn't justify why they'll cut out Xbox. It doesn't justify why they'll cut out Switch, for that matter. Because it's still not connected between Minecraft on Switch and PS5.
Right. Oh yeah. So it's
which is silly, obviously. But
yeah.
At that point, from the perspective of customer relations too, at that point, you're putting the ball then in Mojang's court in this case, because it's Minecraft, and saying, okay, well, Mojang is responsible for your player experience in their game, not us, right? And so you put like, if you really feel that strongly about it, which I don't think they do, you put up a warning label at the beginning. Because like I say, I'm a parent, and my kid, he plays video games, and so I take some of this stuff somewhat seriously.
Of course,
I have parental controls and stuff on his stuff. If there was another screen with another warning label that said, hey, your kid's about to play with people on another platform, and they might, we can't control how they'll talk. Okay, that's a bit of information that I have. Now I can make a decision as to whether he's allowed to do that or not.
Right.
I feel like though, and of course I could be way off. I'll admit I'm not a parent, but it kind of seems, at least now, with like parents being of the tech generation now, it kind of seems like with these online games that like it should be common sense that your kids are going. But then again, I mean, there are some pretty
I
shit parents
agree,
out there,
but
so I don't
I
know.
would say most of my peers who are parents in their 30s and 40s with young children are not aware of the dangers of their kids and games at all. I'll say this, a large proportion of grooming happening online is happening via games like Roblox and
Oh,
Among
yeah,
Us.
Yeah,
most.
I'm
And they're being
It
used.
used to be Habba Hotel, but you
Yeah.
know.
Well, and it because they serve the same purpose. They're just a social chat room that kids hang out in to chat more than to play the game. And then these child predators, they find the kids' social chat rooms. It's bound to happen.
But the companies are worried about some dudes in afros blocking the pool. We can't let that happen.
That's right.
We're not gonna go look for the predators, but those gentlemen in the suits saying that there's something in the pool you don't need to be mixing with, they gotta go.
I've actually been working on a video on this topic of predators, particularly in Roblox, but also like Among Us and some other things, because you would be fucking shocked how quickly, if you go in now, you don't have to say anything about your age or who you are. If you go
they
in,
do with chat rooms all the time too. Just using a fake name, you'll instantly get them. Yeah,
you'll instantly get these people, and they will try and direct you to either a Snapchat or a Discord server, so that they can beg you to send, and knowing that you're a minor or assuming that you're a minor, they're going to beg and try and get you to send them pictures of a worse and worse type as they go. This happens round the clock, nonstop in the public servers on these children's games. If your kids are playing Roblox, if your kids are playing Among Us and you're not paying attention, your kids are 100% talking to pedophiles.
You know, that's the crazy thing too, is that I remember when Roblox was a very small thing, and then I kind of guess I just tuned out because I was working and just doing other shit. And then I find out that it's one of the biggest games on the fucking planet. And then I'm like, wait a second. You can do that in Roblox? You can create whatever you want? Yeah. Why are they letting kids go on Second Life? Who thought this was a good idea? Because it's kids Second Life. And with all the same problems that came with Second Life.
Yeah, there's a whole content creation and programming issues money that they have too with money. It's like the Roblox problem is pretty serious, especially when you consider the statistic is 1 out of 2 American children play Roblox. 1 out of 2.
Wow, that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey man, I believe it. I have 2 half sisters from my dad's second marriage. The oldest is 10 and the youngest is 6. And so we socialize sometimes on Roblox. I played it, but I always make them go into a private server. And my dad, he works in the tech industry too, so he's pretty savvy. But even so, I've told them, I'm like, make sure you get the girls on like a private server that you can at least monitor, or that the neighborhood kids can all play on, something in the area where you and the other parents can, monitor it. Otherwise, I mean,
you have to know what your kids are doing. That's that's hard.
Yeah.
It's not easy, and that's why a lot of parents don't do it. It takes the extra step. It takes
constant engagement. You can't. You tune out. Let him do whatever he wants for a fucking week. That can be a bad week. A lot of shit can happen.
And I mean, and granted, granted, right? You can't hide the internet from your kids forever.
Oh, yeah.
But with that being, which is why I think parental controls. I don't know. It's a very fine line because I like the idea of parental controls, but I think parents tend to be overly reliant on them. Like I remember when
I actually think you're mistaken because you're assuming parents are better about this than they are. The average parent doesn't use them at all.
Oh yeah, no,
Right.
dude. I've heard a lot of
My-
things, and parental controls died with us and Netscape Navigator and shit, and
my
Earthlink.
no. Well, I can say my parents didn't use them with me, but I was also told, hey, don't. My parents sat down with me and were like, hey, don't put your address online. Don't talk to anyone. Don't talk to anyone online about like IL stuff that you don't know. And just use common sense. I mean, granted, I was a pretty smart kid, so there was that, too.
And the other thing is though, is like you're saying things that I would expect to be told to a 10 or 11-year-old.
Right.
Kids are getting on Roblox at like 4.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, hell,
The problem is parents will get a tablet and hand it to little Johnny when he's 2 years old, because then Johnny will shut the fuck up, and they're not paying it. Well, let's just put YouTube Kids on.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I know. Yeah, it's
heartbreaking, but you would be shocked how common
oh no.
this mentality is. It's probably I would put it at like 70% of parents I know are that guy.
I mean,
It's funny considering that we're the first set of parents that know technology on a generalized scale, and we're just fucking it up this hard, this fast.
Well, because that's the problem too, is there was nobody to give us advice.
True.
Years ago, I did an interview with Augustus Invictus about this particular thing, because he's got like 11 kids or whatever. And we were and he's like my age too. So we're talking about, hey, it's tough being a dad in the internet age, because you can't go to your dad and say, hey, how do you deal with child predators online and your kids, right? Because your dad would be like, well, then they shouldn't be online. But
that doesn't really fly. Yeah.
Well, it's impossible now too, because I mean, whether you like or not, I mean, and it's not just kids, especially kids. Now, I mean, virtual learning now is a thing too. It is.
They give your kids tablets at school.
Yeah, it is. It is literally impossible to keep your kids offline to a certain extent.
And here's the crazy part that I say that. Do you know that most parents I talk to that go into the same school as my kids go to don't even know that at the school they're giving the kids tablets and teaching them on apps? They don't even know that.
That doesn't that doesn't surprise me at all.
Because hey, it boils down to this: they work real hard, right? They work long hours and they come home and they just don't want to deal with shit. And I get all of that, but meanwhile, your kids are at school and they might be literally at school on the tablet at school when the teachers walked out of the room talking to a pedophile. That could absolutely be happening, and you as a parent don't even know that your kid's using a tablet at school.
Yeah, and I mean, shoot, I mean, and of
course there's a camera built right into it.
Oh yeah, and well, the school district has managed devices. It's not a problem. Yeah.
Just like when I was a kid, I totally wasn't hacking all their computer systems,
I totally was not using a proxy to go to Newgrounds. I promise you I wasn't.
Yeah, I totally...
To play Kramer's Hentai Quest 2. Totally not.
I totally didn't download Quake 3 on every Mac in the fucking school and have tournaments, right?
We totally, in the computer lab, when we were given assignments, totally didn't share a flash drive with the Halo 1 demo, which offered free LAN play. We all totally weren't playing Halo in computer lab.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
My friends and I in our freshman year of high school, we never went into whitehouse.com, which we found out was an entirely different website than Whitehouse.
The .gov.
.gov.
In a lot of cases, these kids are more tech savvy than their parents. Because
yeah.
we think of
yeah,
us,
totally.
We're obviously guys that are a bit more tech savvy than the average. But a lot of guys I know, the extent of their shit goes back to like they just got a smartphone and then they know that there's Pornhub on it. You know what I mean? Like that's what they know.
Their knowledge lies on the mobile device, not the computer.
Yeah.
And so to an extent, not even the mobile device that much.
Yeah,
yeah.
And they don't know what their kids are getting. Oh, he likes the video games. The little Johnny, he likes them video games. I don't know. I don't ask.
I hear him talk about the Roblox all the time and the Minecraft.
Yeah, he loves the Roblox. Robloxing it on up all the time, and it's like, yeah, who's he talking to on there? I don't know. His friends.
He's just building houses. No problem.
He's been talking about wanting striped socks, a cat ear headband, and something about the white race. I don't think it's bad. Maybe it's a group or something. I don't know. A little team.
It's just a clan or something. Yeah, that's
let alone all the streamers that these kids watch. That these are streamers not meant to really be streaming for kids. They're not trying to stream to kids, and yet the kids are finding them.
My kid's not watching porn. Amaranth has a shirt on. It's fine.
Yeah, no, he watches the Twitch all the time. He really likes watching the Twitch.
The other day I came in, he was watching Twitch. He told me he got a virus, He
needed money for something to remove it. You go to his device, you type Twitch ... and it just fills out the rest of the address /hot tubs.
Yeah.
Well,
it's so fucked. We're all so fucked.
My kid is the unfortunate though, right? Because he's got me as a dad. So not only do I know ahead of time, but like I'm 5 steps ahead. Granted, right now he's 6, so he doesn't really try and get away with anything.
Okay, yeah.
But
still honest.
Yeah, he's still at that point. But he's not gonna get away with as much. I mean, he will. Like, 'cause that's the thing. You always think your kid won't pull anything over on you. I'm not that stupid. But he's my kid.
But here's the thing, Max, too, right? You strike me as the type of guy who is going to eventually sit down with your son and have not just the talk, I'm sure you'll have that too, but also the internet talk and just be like, hey, son, the internet, it can be a great place, but it can also be a super weird place. So be sure to watch out for this, that, and
that's the thing. How do you teach your kid about groomers and psyops? Like, that is a very hard thing to try to convey of why it's so dangerous, of like, be careful of getting into groups and Discord. And then you're always going to have the uphill battle of, no, I know more than you, Dad.
That's why my take is I'm just going to be honest with him about whatever, but also just try and stay on top of things and be into it that it can. And like, he does have, some grasp on stuff. Like you mentioned streamers, like he knows about the concept of streaming games or let's plays, because he comes up behind me here sometimes when I'm not live, because I actually now I have to lock the place down because he just comes right in and I'm not trying to stream my kid. So when he'll walk up behind me, he knows I got the microphone, he knows I make videos, and he'll be like, hey guys, today we're gonna play. Daddy, what game are we playing today? And it's like, oh boy, okay. So he does like fake let's plays with me already because he's watched, people make.
Yeah,
those.
it's how he understands how people play video games.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Oh god, that's a dystopian weird thought that's what they think is normal. Oh,
well,
fuck.
Well, I mean, I'm 20. I'm only 27, but fuck, that makes me feel old because, I mean, Let's Plays wasn't even a thing until I was really like, I think in my senior year of high school, like my junior or senior year, and it was just becoming a thing like around 2011, 2012. Like, I had to explain to my younger sisters that the concept of like multiplayer back in my day was not even playing over the internet. You would go over to people's houses with like a 12 pack of Coke and a pizza or something. And that's what multiplayer was. And if you looked at your friend's controller or something and cheated, you got punched in the gut for doing that. Good times.
Yeah.
The social contract was very important for growing up alongside technology and video games. And now there's no social check. You just get moderated.
No,
When it's just way easier to be taught don't lose all of your shit in a video game. It's not that big of a deal. You can learn that in real life because people will be like, dude, chill. It's fine. But when you don't, man, oh boy, God, I have seen some people lose their shit at tournaments
oh yeah.
and act like straight fucking children. I'm like, oh dear.
I will admit this. And I'm not the biggest sports guy in the world, but I do enjoy football games, right?
Sure.
And I had to stop playing Madden years and years ago because I would get too mad. I'd get too fucking mad. And I'm just like, this isn't good for me. Especially, like I said, I had a heart attack. At a certain point, it's not worth, if this game is legitimately making me mad, fuck it.
Well, I mean, so that's the other thing too. Is like I used to laugh at the notion of cyberbullying because I was always like, well, if you're being bullied online, dumb fuck, then just turn it off. But now with like the younger generation growing up with all this shit, like I've kind of had to.
There is no turning it off for them. That's the other side of this that people don't get. When kids are in school now,
high school doesn't end after the last class.
The internet follows them everywhere.
Although I understand that, but I will still say I will just respond when somebody says that. I'll just show them the Tyler the Creator meme of him. Just walk away from the screen. Just turn it off. Cyberbullying is real because it's like it's as real as you let it. And the thing is like yeah, it follows you, but you don't have to be on Instagram every single
right.
You can still disconnect the way we used to.
No,
but
to a point.
We know that though, Aka, but they
then you're getting into the social media engineering cycle and the dopamine cycle. And I did a pretty extensive video on this a while ago that nobody watched, ironically, about how social media engagement actually rewires your brain.
Yeah.
But it's scientifically grounded and true that like likes and thumbs up and engagement and comments and all this shit activates your dopamine receptors, thus teaching you to repeat that behavior or adjust your behavior to get more social media views because it replaces like the natural socialization that we experience. And even me having a grasp on the science behind that, it's still difficult to stop from feeling that kind of engagement. What about these children?
Oh yeah,
and nobody's going to explain anything like that to them.
No.
They're just now conditioned that your social media presence is your worth as a person. And that's a scary fucking premise.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I have friends. I had a friend who called me like just a few weeks ago, and he's maybe like a year or two younger than me or something. He's like, man, I'm feeling really depressed because I see like all of our old friends from like high school, like they're getting married and they've got cool jobs and they're posting that on Instagram, and meanwhile like I'm still struggling like through school, or I'm in my dead end job, and it's just depressing, and I'm gonna like, well, they're only posting the good side of things on social media, and I guarantee you that behind the scenes they've probably got issues as well, and then like a lot of those couples that were getting married like young and posting out on social media, oh, dream honeymoon, yeah, they're now getting divorced and whatnot. So
Well, yeah, look at the Guns. Oh yeah, no, it's going great. Got the baby. We ain't married yet. Couldn't do it at the bowling alley, but no, it's look at this 5-star burger. This is an amazing burger right here. Like it's the exact same shit. And I say, God damn it, I'm old a lot, but I kind of am glad because it allows me. It gave me the knowledge to know how to disconnect from this shit and just not care that much. And I both feel lucky and I feel bad for the fucking youth that got to deal with it.
Well,
yeah,
that's also why, like, my solution to this problem is like
Burn it all down.
taking my son camping, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
fucking like getting him out there in the real world, especially now in the summertime, right? It was the time to
oh
get
yeah,
him out and do all the fucking things that possibly. But at the same time, I don't hide him from the internet. I just bought a goddamn. I'm a PC guy, but I bought the new Xbox, whatever the best one is.
Series X. I don't.
It's a black one, right?
It's the Xbox.
Yeah, it's the new Xbox.
The new one.
They have too many, right?
Xbox 4. Just say Xbox 4.
The Xbox, the little square black shit.
The 4.
And I'm just like, he can play games. I kind of control what they are. So I don't like to hide him from technology and technology, but like I try to balance it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because that's a fucking losing battle.
It's like my parents with Santa and the Tooth Fairies. Like, and I got into real public school circulation outside of military base. That got shattered real quick by the other kids who just knew.
Of course.
Oh,
yeah. My heart was fucking broken as a child. All right, so. Yep, want to add something?
No, that was like a fun yet slightly depressing tangent. What else?
Little.
Yeah.
Well, I can't say it'll get better because we got a little disaster. So
of
it, spin the wheel for Nintendo. Oh dear, a small fire broke out at Nintendo's development center in Kyoto. Likely started by a device that was being charged and didn't charge right. 8 fire trucks were dispatched, but the primary fire was extinguished by employees, and only a few items were partially destroyed. So no injuries, no one got hurt. Something simple. No games lost other than that new F-Zero game that they only had one copy of that, had totally been working on for the past 15. No, that one got destroyed. So yeah, crisis averted, right? There's nothing else that happened at Nintendo this week that could possibly be oh dear. Testers are saying they faced years of sexual harassment and that Nintendo of America has a really big frat house environment.
Oh, let me guess. Did Jason Schreier write that article?
I was almost expecting it. No, CC Zhang from Kotaku. So close. It's Kotaku.
And did he source it from Jason Schreier? Usually they do.
Not that I can see.
Anytime there's claims like this about any company, I just assume Jason Schreier made it up because that's what he does.
He does a little bit, but in all honesty, I am not surprised. I do need to specify this is Nintendo of America, not Nintendo Japan.
Right, and
so there are two types of fires. In Japan, it's from a charging device. From America, it's sexually abused staff.
Yeah, well, allegedly, just like
allegedly, correct.
Just like the allegedly abused staff at Blizzard that don't exist, right?
Yeah.
And the allegedly abused staff at Ubisoft that don't exist, and the allegedly abused staff that worked under
Ubisoft,
Ubisoft,
I can see that, and David Cage, I can see that because they're French. To be fair, let's be fair.
I can see that, but there's no evidence that it actually occurred.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna say formerly Ellen Page's fully nude model was put into Beyond Two Souls without her consent or permission. So I don't have hard evidence, but man, it's smelling French up in there.
God,
anyway,
that can I just say real quick that I'm sorry, that is still weird to say.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
To say formerly Ellen Page.
Yeah.
And she wasn't like a 10, but she was, I guess, kind of cute back in.
Oh, she was a cutie. She still was a cutie.
Yeah,
He was a cutie.
Yeah, no, she was a cutie. He is fine. I'm just not. I tend to not think men are cute. That's how that goes. The face is the same, but the gender changed. So sorry, you can't. I don't do that rating scale. That's a gender exclusive console only day one release rating.
Yeah, but while we're on Heavy Rain, while we're on David Cage, I actually liked Heavy Rain, other than the poor voice acting.
Well, yeah, for the first playthrough, but how did you feel when you went that second playthrough and then you saw it all fall apart?
But oof. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do more than one playthrough, all of a sudden everything starts to fall apart. If you think about the plot and who's the killer and the scenes you played involving that killer, all of a sudden that whole scene in the clock place makes no goddamn fucking sense.
To be fair, every David Cage game makes no sense. They all start strong and then they all devolve into complete nonsense about halfway through.
Detroit was more grounded. There was nonsense.
That one I hadn't played, but
okay, it is grounded, but it's so grounded that it ends on robot Holocaust execution.
Yeah, which is its best feature.
Which some would say is the best part of that fucking game. I will also say Beyond Two Souls was kind of, I could see that in a cheesy movie, plot. It's not too, the underground Chinese army. Okay. That's a little wacky, but that has nothing on Heavy Rain. That has nothing on Fahrenheit. And that has nothing.
Fahrenheit was like, oh, we got this wacky, murder mystery. Now here's robot spiders, everybody, and you're God.
Yeah, the Matrix fight. Yeah. When he starts hovering, when they have him held up at gunpoint, when the police have him held up at gunpoint, and the Matrix fight starts, that's when that whole game falls apart. It is good, and then it drops. But all of that is still more coherent and put together than Omicron, the Nomad Soul. That fucking game is a fucking fever dream of game design, of logic, of story, and then just David Bowie.
And that's why it's amazing.
Fuck, I can't argue it, but yes. Like, I don't want to, but yes.
Supposedly in Heavy Rain 2, I heard a rumor on this. I'm hoping it's true. Supposedly Sting, the musician, was going to be in Heavy Rain as the killer.
That sounds like a fake 4chan rumor, to be honest.
That's like hey guys, I worked on it in the early stages.
Yeah,
It
my
does.
dad works at Nintendo.
But still, that was wishful. That was my wishful fan thinking. But still, oh my god, that would have
Probably
made the
good he
game
didn't.
better. Maybe I don't know.
For the game, not for his career. Maybe.
No.
I
He already has fuck you money. So
Well, yeah.
I just, the allegation stuff, right?
Yeah.
This has been an attack from obviously elements of the left in game journalism on game developers. The other line of attack that they have is being anti-crunch, which is basically saying they're anti-overtime. And anybody who's a working stiff knows overtime is often the best part of your fucking week, because that puts food on your fucking table.
Other than in games development.
I disagree.
I have friends in the industry.
So do I. I have friends that work at 2K. I'll name drop it, okay? I have friends that work right up in Boston at 2K, and they will fucking give their left nut, right, for crunch time because they get time and a half.
Don't get me wrong, it pays for some, but man, some people really get fucked by it. Some people, it's one of those things where it's just like shogunai.
If you can't handle it, you should probably like leave the job then.
Yeah, but
we shouldn't change the whole system. We shouldn't burn everything down and give everything over to communists because some guy can't handle a 60-hour work week. That's insane.
No, I agree. I'm talking about the 80-hour work weeks, and then I'm talking about everybody who's on QA who's on the Tempire.
I'll say the same thing with a 100-hour work week.
Jeez. Okay, you're a little bit more harder than me, man. Like, I don't know.
It's a voluntary job. It's not slave labor.
Yeah, but it's the implications. Like, you don't do it. Like, there are problems that arise, and they're already in a replacement culture as an industry.
Yeah. You're disposable at your job. What about the guy that shovels dirt for 100 hours a week? Are you really getting on his case? Are you really like, oh, let's get the fucking dirt shovelers. Let's get them the fucking
fair. No, I agree. It shouldn't be for anybody.
Workers.
It shouldn't be for anybody. I'll say that.
I think it should be for anybody who wants to work that kind of schedule.
Wants to, yes. But when you have pressures outside of saying if you don't do this, it will reflect negatively on your job performance because you're not going above and beyond. Yeah. I mean, yes, factually it will when they look at the numbers, but it's still that creates a lot of fucking burnout. And that's why a lot of creatives leave their studios, start new things, go into other fucking industries, and you lose a lot of good talent.
And that all worked fine until 2 years ago, and now everything's different. Because now game journalists like Jason Schreier can go and bitch about their socialist fucking agenda and get everybody on board with putting fucking regulations on these companies. Because I'll tell you what, when you bring in these people that are calling for regulations on the game companies, what you're gonna fucking end up with is a even worse games industry than we have now, by a lot. It's gonna ruin any semblance
unionization. You think?
Yes.
How so?
What industry doesn't unionization ruin?
Fair point.
Yeah, fair point.
All right, fair point. I can't fucking argue that.
And because the people pushing it are political partisans on the side of socialist thinking at the very least, right? On the low end. What it is the information that you're getting reporting on the subjects is suspect too. And that's why I say I'm not so sure anything Jason Schreier has ever written is true, especially when there's mountains of evidence that contradict. On the Activision Blizzard thing, there is a mountain of evidence that contradicted his article about the sexual abuse that he claimed went on there. And not only the state of California, but the federal government both dropped the lawsuits that they had filed, which, by the way, were filed by left-wing activists who are part of the Phoenix Project in the Me Too movement. The lawyers that filed the papers, they went and got jobs with the fucking state of California because they got fired from the federal government. And their whole point is to create these kind of sexual harassment lawsuits. All of these people are political partisan actors within the games industry that are pushing for unionization and diversity, inclusion, and equity.
who let me guess, Max? They actually couldn't give a shit about the game industry.
Not in the least.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
Color me shocked. I mean, this is like another thing. I have friends who are in publishing, and I mean, same thing.
And don't get me wrong, a lot of it does depend on where you're working. Even in
gamers,
AAA,
gamers have fucking forgotten about Gamergate apparently, because now all of a sudden we trust Jason Schreier and we trust Kotaku and we trust all the games journalists.
yeah, when it's
I mean,
convenient about shit.
Because they said Ubisoft is bad, right? And they said EA is bad, so they must be telling the truth. They couldn't possibly be lying.
So here's the thing, though.
Fucking drives me up a wall because I know people are smarter than this that don't even think about it. Like I'm saying.
Well, but like here's the thing. I want to give Akaba like a huge credit here because, right, like, so I've been into politics for years, and I've understood that the media has been. I mean, I'm a Rush baby for all intents and purposes. So, from an early age, I've always understood that the mainstream media is bent, right? To put it, politely. So to me, I never understood the fact of why Gamergate was so significant up until very recently, when the way Akaba explained it was essentially it was the first big red pill that the normies took as to why journalism in general is bad.
They've already lost the plot. They've already completely forgotten it.
Well, they lost the plot within a fucking year, and that's why Jim bounced.
Yeah.
That's exactly why.
It's just amazing to me how many of these gamers, they know all this shit. They're anti-woke still. They understand the media lies, but they take a Jason Schreier article I don't know if you have this one in the news stack because it was
I do not
2 weeks ago, but the one regarding Grand Theft Auto 6, the leak that suggested, oh well, there's a female protagonist.
Oh yeah, we talked about that.
Now here's the thing: the artwork in the so-called article made it look like they had artwork for this, but it was artwork.
Oh no, that was GTA Online.
GTA Online. And the other thing is, they might have a female protagonist, maybe even a fucking Latina or whatever they said it was, but they've also had a leak that said they're going to have more playable protagonists than any game previously. So let's say that the GTA 5 was 3, right? So let's say there's 5. Wouldn't it make sense that one of them was a woman? Is it actually all that fucking woke and oh my god, we're changing the culture? Or is that a political partisan, Jason Schreier again, who's pushing? He says, "Aha, they have a woman character. I'm going to use that, and I'm going to say that now Rockstar is woke because if I say that, I'm going to create a stir in the media, and then their culture internally is going to be pressured to put out this fucking woke bullshit."
So they're just flaming so essentially and I mean I've read his work, he's a piece of shit. But so he's essentially just fanning the flames for no reason.
I think so, because his sources are all unnamed, anonymous sources. Every single time, it's always unnamed, anonymous sources. Well, look, I could find one guy that hates his job at any company in the world, right?
Yeah, but to risk the fucking legal shit for breaking your fucking your non-disclosure agreement. Yeah, your NDA, like a lot of people are, because then if you even have some semblance of wanting to stay in the industry, you get fucking blackballed immediately. You're done. That's it.
Yeah, but has Jason Schreier ever given up these anonymous sources?
Nope.
Not once. Not once. And of course he doesn't, right? Because they feed right into the narratives that he himself has said he's a socialist, right? And he supports a communist or communist style takeover of the United States government. So it's no surprise that a guy like that is going to use the position he's in to push narratives towards unionization, oh, big companies are always bad. I'm not here to be the corporate dick sucker, right?
Right.
But like, just because a company's big doesn't mean it's always wrong. Like that's a stupid position for
course.
anyone to take.
Unless
Yeah.
you're Square Enix, then you're always wrong, making dumb decisions and ruining things I love. Please continue.
Except,
I had to
Well,
jab
well-
Square Enix at least once.
except for
Well,
Final
what-
Fantasy 14.
Yeah, and that's still being run wrong. How are you going to have your biggest moneymaker and then give none of that money back to the moneymaker? They can't
Yeah.
even print money properly.
Okay.
FF14 doesn't get nearly any of the money it makes to improve itself, to improve its servers, to improve its game. And then they use it to go burn on ideas like cryptocurrency or live service games that die within a fucking 2 months, or sometimes on launch like Babylon's Fall. Or they fund full developments of games and then just don't advertise it and then go, why did Neo The World Ends With You not sell well? Well, maybe because you guys didn't put any fucking advertising into it.
To be fair, they don't give a shit about the American market.
Do they give
Yeah,
a shit
the-
about the Japanese market? Because shit, that suffers just as
hey,
much. Yoko
I'm
Taro
not
has
so
to threaten to
sure.
quit weekly to do half of the shit he does.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I know that they don't give a fuck about the American market, right? So they've been very open about that.
Neither does Hollywood though either. So I mean,
Fair enough.
there's that. I mean, it's kind of weird, and you want to talk like journalists just making shit up too. So early in the year, there was a quote unquote documentary series on A&E that was supposedly supposed to be about like how Hugh Hefner like supposedly raped all these playmates. Now, keep in mind the dude has been dead at this point for 5 years, right? And so why this is even a thing was
Revolutionary
kind of like
culture.
was kind of
Revolutionary
like
culture. You have to tear down that man.
well
That man is an establishment, right? He's an icon of a certain thing. He's a part of Americana and American culture.
sure it goes
You have to tear him down if you want the revolution.
it goes a little deeper than that though too,
usually does.
because Hef was friends with guess who? You've got his sign behind
China.
you.
China.
He was friends with Dave Grady, actually.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, he wishes. No, he was friends with Donald J. Trump. So,
Who wasn't from a certain era? Shit. Who was that
well,
rich?
yeah, that's the point. So there were these two producers for A&E that like went out and interviewed like all these Playboy playmates.
Mm-hmm.
And they had this narrative from the beginning that they wanted to paint Hef and anyone tangentially related to Playboy as being like horrific or whatnot. The vast majority of playmates said that everything was fine, everything was copacetic, nothing happened. Did they use any footage or any quotes from them? No.
No.
I found out about it because one of them actually reached out to me to promote their podcast. So, but yeah, I mean, journalism just in general is just rotten anymore. That's why I almost hate to call myself a journalist at times.
And
So.
yeah, and I have actually the perfect example of that. So let me just say, I would not be shocked if there was problems with female testers at Nintendo of America, considering it's the American branch. I wouldn't doubt it. Is it as big as they probably say it is? Probably not, but it's immediately there in the secondary line where after it says Nintendo of America's testers say they face years of sexual harassment, it follows by saying female game testers at Nintendo had, quote, frat house experiences, end quote, within a gaming company known for its wholesome image. Motherfucker, ain't nothing wholesome about Nintendo. They are a Yakuza selling toys.
But notice the term frat house. That's a Jason Schreier meme. They use that every single time. They did that to Riot Games, and they've completely gutted and destroyed that company into a left-wing propaganda factory. They used that same attack on Blizzard, right? And look at the state that they're in. Before that, it was people like, oh, you know, Warcraft is bad and Call of Duty's repetitive. Now it's, oh, there are a bunch of rapists over there, right? And they've used that attack on Ubisoft, and they have continued to use it. It's always frat house mentality, quote unquote, word for word. That's what and look, don't feel bad that I'm disagreeing with you. There's a reason I stopped doing commentary on video game news a while back for this very reason, because most gamers come from the same headspace you do. And what I'm saying might as well be like AIDS mixed with cancer. They don't want to hear it because, they're like, oh, you're just corpo shilling or whatever. And it's like, no, I am watching a red takeover of the gaming industry is what I'm doing. And I'm really desperately wishing for it to stop.
No, it's all going downhill.
I mean,
we have so much further to go.
The indie game market's still pretty cool.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, the front runners making the consoles for the most part. Indie games are not gonna fucking die. Just like the last crash.
Lucky for me, that's 90% of what I play.
Not a bad way to live, honestly.
Well, I mean, you want to talk like you want to talk about oh, you're just a corpo shill, I mean, the thing that like corpos and the red takeover is, like, if you think about it, right, like, big corporations and Marxists are not that far off from each other.
No, that's the thing. The corpos are all on the red team. You know what I mean? Like, or they're at least pandering to it. It does seem there is a bit of a tide turning happening. And
a counterculture push, you think?
Well, they're just moving away from political content in some cases, but problem is content is usually 3 or 4 years downstream, right? So like I think we're seeing like the Marvel shit in particular has gotten really, really woke. Well, when would have they been creating it? In about 2018, the height of fucking woke culture is when this all would have been in the planning phases. So it's no surprise that you're going to get the glut of crap now and for the next couple years. But I have no doubt, especially the way things are going for our current president. I have no doubt that in 3 or 4 years, corporations are going to be. I'm not going to say they'll go right wing or right leaning, but I do think that they will try to shy away from political content as much as possible because it is costing them money.
Yeah, that's the ultimate thing. It's cause now.
But they do still have ideologues within all of these companies that don't care about that.
Well, so here's the thing about the MCU. As someone who has a big box of like comics behind me and who collected them since I was a kid, I will tell you that I was thrilled back in like 2008 when Iron Man first came out and like comic book culture was kind of like normalized, because now like all my friends who are non-comic book nerds were finally like interested in asking like who my favorite characters were, and like they wanted to know the lore. It was like every nerdy kid's I guess dream, right? Now like at phase 3 or phase 5 later, or however many it is, I almost wish that wasn't the case, because like now it's kind of the point where with like comic book movies where like people aren't even interested in comic books themselves anymore. It's all about the movies. Now to the point where like I don't know if this is true. This could be just a 4chan troll, but like I've heard before that like but like Marvel has thought about honestly like ceasing publication of the physical, books or something like that. And I'm like,
They do plan to go all digital, I think, by the end of 2025.
yeah. Well, I mean,
I
They
miss when
guess-
nerd shit was nerd shit. God damn it.
yeah,
Yeah,
they'll
I-
still be publishing comic books, but they're going to be digital.
well, I mean, I guess not that bad. I mean, I have an iPad, so it's not like I can't read them, but still, it's like,
There is something about having a physical book.
yeah, oh yeah, for sure. And also sadly, that means that the mom and pop comic book stores are probably
Done.
not a
That's
big,
it.
It also means collecting is done, right?
Yep.
Because
yeah.
it's just a file now,
And then what happens to the used
Um,
market as time goes further and further and further? And the
Yeah.
and the nostalgic attachment to the book is pushed further and further away.
Yep.
God, that's a scary thought. One day we'll see a San Diego Comic-Con where the used comic book vendors are like maybe an eighth of vendor alley.
well, one day we'll see it where they don't even have them.
Oh fuck me, that is so scary.
Maybe not in our lifetime, but like that's
God, I
totally-
hope not. Shit. Shit, that is
That's totally
fucking
a thing.
frightening.
yeah.
In some ways, like, the progress of technology can be cool too. Like there's benefits to it, but yeah, it is. The changes
little
aren't
things.
necessarily good.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what's interesting is so I live in Florida, and I mean usually we get pretty good weather, but around September, October, oh, I don't know, hurricane season hits and rain season hits. So there are times when you'll get a heavy rainstorm and the power will go, and oh shit, there's no power and you've got to entertain yourself for a few hours. Well, if your Wi-Fi is out and you don't have anything downloaded to your device, you're kind of fucked. So you better grab a book or something. But oh wait, more and more shit is going
Well,
digital.
And we can be
So-
taught some lessons by digital stuff too. And one of
Yeah.
them is with the recent changes to WWE Network. Actually, they went in, they actually removed a match from WrestleMania. I think it was WrestleMania 7, where Roddy Piper went out painted half his body in blackface. Now the message he was trying to make there was that black or white didn't matter or whatever. He said it in his promo.
Right.
But they went in because they had merged the network with the Peacock app, which is owned by Comcast.
God. Okay, I see where this
And so
is going.
they've actually deleted a match, one of the main, major matches from that card, completely out of their own history, so that you can't see it anymore. And if you don't have a physical copy of that event somewhere, that match is now gone from the public sphere. And I could absolutely see something like that happening in comics and everything else if allowed to, which is the real danger of digital only.
Yeah, that is sad.
Like I could imagine them changing Spider-Man's origin story because there's no longer physical copies of, Spider-Man 1 from 1967 or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, people will still know. We've talked about this before, and I think it'll become recurring.
Well,
They
I know
can't erase
that
the Star Wars Christmas special that happened.
I
It is
know.
canon.
I know that Roddy Piper came out half in blackface, right? Like I'm well aware that this happened, but there's gonna be a generation of kids who are like, I'm gonna watch all the WrestleManias, and they're never gonna see that. Like it's
Yeah.
seamlessly edited out of the episode, gone. And it's not the only one. There's several things edited out of their history, and not just the WWF stuff of that company, but they also own the catalogs of all the older wrestling companies too, like WCW.
WCW, fucking.
So now the entire history of wrestling in North America is at the whims of the censors of the Peacock network, whether it gets to exist or not.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And wrestling fans are like, here, take my money.
Well, I mean,
To be fair, they've always been like that, no matter what's
Yeah.
been given to them.
Yeah, they are kind of the worst.
Yeah, WWE fans specifically. I'm WWE fans specifically.
Wrestling
some
fans
wrestling
general.
fans some can be okay depending.
Yeah.
Wrestling fan autism is the worst kind of autism. Like,
oh my
Yeah.
God. Yeah.
it's up there with like, it's them, and it's like the worst Warhammer 40K fans are like fighting for that title.
my
Yeah.
my buddy Black Pill Phil made a tweet today that I retweeted just to see how people would react, and it wrestling fans, some of them have no sense of humor whatsoever.
Oh, absolutely. They're marks. They take
Yeah.
the kayfabe for shoot. That makes me worry about what happens if they decide violence or titties is too much for any reason, because there goes all of ECW, and a lot of ECW is already missing. So
Yeah, they've actually been deleting bits from ECW as well.
Of
A lot of
course they have.
I believe they've taken all New Jack's matches off,
Fucking god damn it.
which is like a tragedy, you know.
Yes.
Especially he just died not that long ago.
Yes, but it's the fact that motherfucker got seriously hurt for the entertainment of others, and now you can't even watch his sacrifice.
Yeah, he that's how he made his living, you know.
Oh my god.
It's and like I can foresee that with comic books. I can foresee that you know, they're moving that way with nobody buys physical music anymore, right? You go to the Spotify's and the iTunes.
I
Well,
I'm out here with my CD book in my car, loading up Get Rich or Die Trying, man. I'm still pushing.
You better hold on to that, because that record is gonna get removed for sure.
I don't know though, and I can't believe I'm about ready to say this, but thank God for hipsters, because
They brought records back.
Yeah, they're
at Walmart.
did. So
You can go get them and a player at Walmart. And I'm like, okay, I like that I can get some records, but fuck you, that is through these hipsters. It's because of these hipsters that they brought it back.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
And then it's worse, because then it's just like, oh, the greatest hits. No, I don't want the greatest hits. I want this fucking album, you fucker. Because I want the fucking art. Don't give me some relaunched art that's not the same shit. And then I say fuck it, and I go find a used record store and I go peruse like you're supposed to.
And I don't want the new 2018 remaster of Pink Floyd's Animals. I want fucking Animals from 1975 with the original cover and whatnot.
And even when they bring it back, we still have to go to the old methods.
One day we're gonna be hunting down vintage Ethan Ralph memes.
Oh fuck. Oh dude, it's gonna be like one dude and he's got a fucking server set up somewhere and it's just unfiltered, different ones. Fuck,
not even kidding, I have something like that on my Gilded for Dave Grady, because his shit gets deleted all the time. So there's just a room, because Gilded's pretty cool about like upload sizes.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like this, for anybody that doesn't know, Gilded's like Discord, right? And it has no upload limit, or the limit is so ridiculously high that I can upload full videos. And so I just uploaded like a lot of Dave's old videos and pictures and stuff, and just made this like museum to his insanity.
Yeah. Gilded in a lot of ways is better than Discord. I'm sorry to go on this rant, but I mean, I've been banned from Discord. Like, I think I'm on my third account on Discord
God damn.
currently. And they never actually told me why I was banned. Like my first, well, the first time I was banned, it was because I was in a Gavin McGinnis Discord, and they say that I said something racist, but I don't know what that could be because I never actually said anything, clearly racist.
Clearly racist. Clearly racist.
And then
maybe some indirect, but not clearly. No, they'll never get me on the clearly.
It's vaguely racist.
and then the second thing I got banned, and then my second account got banned for was like objectifying women, and I don't even know what that means to them.
That's a weird thing to get banned for.
I got banned and they were just like, you were in a bad Discord, and I was like, which one? And they never told me.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Gilded's pretty cool.
Like that. Yeah.
I think Gilded has less like people on it, and so they don't have as much of a push for moderation. It will eventually,
Oh, fuck me. Yeah.
All good things must come to an end.
But for right now, we've been having a lot of fun with it, and it has a lot of cool it has like all the same features as Discord, which is pretty cool.
Yep. And some that are better too. Like I can actually like start forums on there, which is nice.
Yeah.
So
forums and fucking you can make like blog posts and all kinds of crazy stuff. I haven't even fucked with like half of the features the thing has, but it's just fun. It's funny because the idea of like somebody having a server where they're hosting all the memes of somebody, all I'm thinking is I actually have done this for Dave Gray.
It's just a different kind of server.
Yeah.
Oh man. It's yeah, we're going towards a weird place in the net.
Yeah. Link to the Whitfield Report Gilded server in the description, by the way, of the episode wherever you're listening. So thank you.
Go ahead and check that out.
Yeah, just had to get that plug in. But yeah, all right. So sorry to keep interjecting, Akaba.
No, that is it. That is the last of the news stories.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's been a not really eventful week.
Nice, quick, concise news rundown there.
Yeah, it only took us about 45 minutes.
But yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I will say this. I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one who's like nostalgic for the internet. I'm just like, because like party has been like lately, am I just getting older now that I'm like 30 and I'm just being like a grouchy old, am I becoming like a grouchy old man just by default, or is the internet really going to shit? I can't tell any anymore.
Oh, it's legitimately going to shit. It's just
both.
It's different kinds of shit, and which shit matters the most to you. Some shit maybe you can live with, some shit maybe you can't.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I
could live with the censoring, but I can't live with the monitoring, or I can live with this aspect, but not like. I just remember when the internet used to be fun, and I used to have fun on it and interact, and I used to like finding people who liked stuff I liked, like Super Sentai and Kamen Rider and video games. And now I don't want to talk to people on the internet about video games. I'm just gonna get upset because they're going to say some stupid shit about a game I like because they're fucking stupid. And I'm just going to get upset. And I'm going to have a ruined night.
Or they're going to bulldog you and tell you all your opinions are wrong. Like,
well,
some asshole would do that.
Right.
Well, the other thing too is like, okay, so, and this is why I've kind of changed the focus of the podcast away from politics now. I mean, because part of it is I have other interests as I matured, too, right? But the other thing is like we're just so we're just so bombarded with it all the time, and it's like I can't even go into like an old, into like a classic rock, group on Facebook or something, and I can't just like Ted Nugent because he's an awesome guitar and because Stranglehold is a great song. No, it has because I'm a crazy right winger, just like he is.
Well, you're not allowed to like that Twisted Sister song because you voted for Trump, bigot.
I'm not allowed to like girls because that's misogynist and it objectifies women, and that's probably that's
This is why being
problematic.
a metalhead is awesome, though, is because
Yeah.
like metalheads don't give a fuck.
I
Like,
remember when they tried
well-
to push that shit into metal, and metal was like, no, fuck
I mean,
off.
we still
Well-
ended up with like all the magazines and the websites and shit are all like leftist talking head bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But like nobody cares what Metal Sucks thinks, or like
Yeah.
No.
nobody gives the slightest fuck of what those talking heads think. And so
Not
you could still put out some pretty wild metal. The other thing they don't get is like the ethos of metal in and of itself is very libertarian oriented.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, neither do legit classic rock fans either. Like I remember
That's probably true, yeah.
I remember I read like an article that was clearly written. I'm not sure if it was like from Kotaku, but it was like it was from Ultimate Classic Rock, which is kind of like mainstream, and someone was like the tragic story of the underage groupies that Keith Richards had, or something like that, and it was like, are you serious? That's not like a tragedy. That's Wednesday for the Rolling Stones. That was just, it was the 70s, and that's just what happened.
Well, I guess the difference is like in metal, it'll be like, this black metal band put out a freaking a Nazi themed album, and it's like, yeah, and it was fucking awesome. Like,
It was fucking metal. Yeah. It was, like anybody who doesn't understand metal, just go watch Metalocalypse. You'll have a pretty solid base understanding of what metal is.
Yeah,
that's fair. It shouldn't be that way, right? The cartoon,
right? The parody, yeah.
It is very accurate.
Well, you want to talk about journalists taking shit out of context. I remember it was right around Gamergate actually, when Lemmy, I think, well, maybe it was past Gamergate, I'm not sure, but it was when Lemmy of Motorhead died, and the media
that was well past. Yeah, that was well past.
And the media had they threw a big shit fit about how Lemmy was problematic because he supposedly worshipped Nazis and had like all this Nazi.
Oh, the metal cross. Yeah.
And well, no, and what happened was they took Lemmy's actual words out of context, and what Lemmy had said was, "I hate Nazis, but you have to admit that their uniforms and their gear was pretty fucking cool."
Yeah, because Hugo Boss.
Yeah. I mean,
who had a guest appearance in Metalocalypse.
Right. Well, and it's funny.
It all circles in on
the thing
itself.
is, it does come back to the Iron Cross symbol, right? And because I'm a bit like, if you were to ask me like, what's your favorite band? It's Motorhead, right? Like, not even a question.
Oh yeah.
And so like they were like, Lemmy's a fascist, and I'm just thinking, Lemmy is the most libertarian person that has ever lived.
Have you ever heard that man speak about anything at all?
That man was the most like, I don't like, he was an anarchist. He didn't believe in government. He didn't believe in fucking any type of authority on anybody ever. right? He wanted everybody to just do their own fucking thing and kick ass and get fucking drunk and fucking do as much coke as fucking humanly possible. Like,
I miss
Yeah.
that. Fuck, I miss that. One of my favorite video game characters of all time, Lemmy, 100%.
well, Lemmy just Lemmy in anything he ever did was fucking awesome. But like,
Well,
I'm a,
Brutal
rock
Legend
and
was
roll.
my intro to metal, so let me put it like that. That's why. Hey, sometimes we're a little slow to the party, but once we're there, we're
It's
happy.
a good game. It's a good game. But what didn't that come out in like 2009?
Oh, yeah, no, sometimes we're really late, but you know, when that's your starter, you get introduced to a lot of the good first. It's a good, nice little introduction.
That's fair. The soundtrack to that game is absolute fire.
I hate admitting this, but like I remember being in middle school and like someone convinced me somehow that Green Day was metal or something, which
Nobody should have been able to convince you of that ever.
so I was like, oh, this is metal, this is shit, and then one of my friends in high school was like, you think that's metal? No, check this out, and then
Oh, so you didn't know. You were just going,
right,
okay,
yeah, no,
okay.
I was just some idiot had like told me that it was metal, and I was like, well, this is garbage, and then one of my friends freshman year was like, you think that's metal? No, motherfucker, check this out, and then just started playing Ace of Spades, and I'm like, oh,
Oh, yeah.
okay, I can get behind this, so yeah.
You discovered the metal in a video game. I was born in it. I was molded by it.
Man, my dad had tastes of everything, so it was in and out of a lot of different genres. My
Yeah.
first one I experienced into was hip hop, and then I had a little bit of the metal phase. I got into a lot of Japanese rock at a time. I've kind of dipped in and out of stuff, but I'm glad I did because it's given me a large expanse to say there's stuff I like. Like I've always hated people that say, "Oh, I like every genre except for rap and country." There's good stuff in every genre. You can't write it off like that.
That's the interesting one. I always used to say I don't like country. And what I've learned is I don't like pop country, like
Yeah.
what they
Right.
play on the radio.
Yeah.
But bluegrass kicks fucking ass. Like,
Oh,
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
bluegrass is metal as fuck.
oh,
it fucking is.
Johnny Cash is fucking metal.
But yeah, no, so like it's man, God, no, let me be in a fucking fascist. It's the dumbest shit. But people will say it and there'll be people stupid enough to believe it
Yeah.
and run with it. And I hate that. I hate
Oh,
that
yeah.
so much.
Well, he had an iron cross in the band logo, so he must be. And now they say the same thing. Oh well, David Bowie dressed in a uniform one time, and also he said he was a fascist in an interview. But it's the context matters, because Bowie was like, if you gave me the power to like force people to do whatever I wanted, that would be awesome. But I would be a fascist.
Yeah. Of
Right.
course.
So people are taking things again. Media does that all the time.
Yeah.
And I pull it back to 2001's Metal Gear Solid 2, where the digital Illuminati government told the main character, no, our job is to not censor the internet. We don't want to control content. We want to control context. And that's where we're at.
They do a good job of it.
They do a
Kojima's a hack, but still.
Yeah.
Oh dear God. Yeah, I mean, like
Deus Ex kind of came out a year earlier.
Yeah. What's
Look. Okay, all right. I can't argue that, but we have no proof Kojima played Deus Ex. I don't know if it had a Japanese localized release, okay? Fuck. Shit, you're right, because fucking MGS1 had none of that, and then all of a sudden, fuck. Because I know that motherfucker makes his games usually based off of a singular source movie or something he fucking saw. Fuck.
Deus
mean-
Ex still the king.
God, I love Deus Ex 1. It's so good.
I mean, to be fair, though, I mean, Sam Hauser more or less does the same thing. I mean, the original Max Payne games are what basically Hong Kong inspired, you know, movies basically. And I mean,
Oh yeah.
Red Dead Redemption, even with Rockstar, that's basically Unforgiven, just in a video game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It
but
does happen, but
but you-
Kojima's real specific.
you can get away with that though with Red Dead in particular because it's literally the only major Western game.
Oh, not only is it the only major Western game. I think Red Dead 2 has become my favorite game of all time.
Yeah, that's the story. Like the Arthur Morgan story is absolutely killer. Like one of the best in gaming.
Which I'm like, that was in 2018 though too. So I'm like, how did the SJWs manage to not fuck that
They
up?
tried. They got mad about that there were Klansmen in, and then
Oh,
some